So it is 9 a.m. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. It is January 26th. This is the regular meeting for the Board of Supervisors in Lake County. I believe that Supervisor Simon has a moment of silence for us, so let's begin the meeting with that.
Yes, I do have a moment of silence. I have a moment of silence for Danita Shook. She was a part of our Lake County community, but here in South County, she was a Colts cheerleader, Mustangs cheerleader, also a part of the Lake County Diamonds, and just a real good coach and good community member. So I'd like to dedicate today's moment of silence to Danita Shook and her family.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Simon. Supervisor Scott, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Okay, and moving on, let's go to item number 4. Are there any extra items from supervisors or staff? Hearing none, that means we can move on to item number 5, approval of the consent agenda. Any supervisor wish to pull an item for discussion or pull an item? No? Okay, Jake, let's go ahead and open it up to the public and see if anyone from the public wishes to pull an item from the consent agenda.
All right, I've sent a unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Hi, my name is Joni, and I live in Clear Lake, and I'd like to ask a question about the COVID vaccine.
So we do have an agenda item where Dr. Pace will be discussing COVID-related items such as the vaccine. And so let's go ahead and wait for that item to come up. That'll come up shortly after we go through the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joni. Okay, just checking in again. Any other public member wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? And maybe I froze. I was looking to go back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I will move to approve the consent agenda, item 5.1 through 5.14.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Johanna, if we can please get a roll call.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to go ahead and move on to our item 6. And if we could just wait approximately 30 seconds, we can go ahead and ask for public input. And I don't want to start another item because I know that Dr. Pace is on a very tight schedule today. And so I don't want to push.
Seems like Bruno froze again, EJ.
Okay, and so I think we're just waiting for the I think it is 9:05 actually. So we'll go ahead.
Yeah.
Yep. So we'll go ahead and I think we.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. Sorry about that. And go ahead and open it up for public input for any items that are not on our agenda today. If anyone has any public input, let's open it up to the public.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none. And I feel like
Poor Bruno.
I think he should call in a double again. So I think so. Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board and move on to item 6.2, which is consideration of update on COVID-19. And we have Dr. Pace with us. Dr. Pace, thank you for coming in and giving us an update again on this whole situation. I guess there's some more going on, and we'd like to hear about it, and I think the public would as well. So the floor is yours, Dr. Pace.
Great.
Excuse me, Mr. Vice Chair, did we do public input or did I miss that?
I thought he did, but let's see here.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did do public input? Okay.
Yeah, and when no one moved forward, so I went ahead and brought it back to the board and then moved
Okay.
on.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry about that. Very
No.
sorry.
No worries. No worries. All right, Dr. Pace, the floor is yours.
All right. Good morning. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Supervisor, for having us this morning. Going to try to give a quick update today, talk a little bit about the overview and where we're at with the tier system, the surge, and vaccines. Those are kind of the main topics today, but things are looking a little better than they have been the last several weeks. And Sarah, our epidemiologist, is going to give the data about that. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can I share my screen? Get permission to share my screen, please? Thank you. Okay. So like Dr. Pace said, it's looking a little better than when I was here 2 weeks ago presenting to the board. So I have a couple slides to give you an update on what's happening at the state level, in the region, and in Lake County. So 2 days ago, over 400,000 tests were reported in the state of California. So you can see this dark blue line, the 14-day average remains high. Testing remains high in the state. And the good news here is over on the right, this is our 14-day testing positivity has decreased dramatically really since the first of the year. So it's really promising that we see testing is still high, but testing positivity is going down. It's telling us that the virus is decreasing throughout the state. 2 days ago, 27,000 new cases were reported in California, which is significantly down. You can see from our peak here in December, the month of December. So our 14-day average, we're finally there. We've talked so much about wanting to see this curve start to bend downward, and here we see it decreasing with the last 7 days or so, ranging between 20 and 30,000 new cases. So still a significant number of cases, but to see this downward trend pretty consistently is feeling really good in this moment. Correspondingly, we've seen we're at the top of the curve trending downward with the number of hospitalized COVID patients. So still significantly more than we had during the summer, but again, moving in the right direction as our case rate declines. In the same vein, we're seeing a decrease in COVID ICU hospitalized patients. So we were over 5,000 for a while, and now we've seen that just starting to decline, lagging behind our case numbers. And so we have a little bit more ICU availability in the state than we'd had previously. There's also been some capacity added in Rancho and in several other regions that's helped us a little bit as well. So ICU capacity in Lake County and Rancho. So in the past 7 days in Lake County, we've had 6 to 8 of the 8 ICU beds occupied, and 43% to 71% of those have been COVID positive patients. Over the last 3 days, it's been the lowest we've seen in some time, which is a early but promising sign. And in Rancho, over the last 7 days, so this is our Northern California region that the state has assigned us to, essentially Lake Mendocino North. We've seen 16 to 25% COVID positive patients, with 86 to 95% of the ICU or 86 to 95 of the ICU beds occupied. And we've added some capacity in the Rancho region, which has led to this next slide, where 2 days ago we reported 48% ICU availability in the region, which is significantly higher. As you may recall, we were floating between sort of 18% and 35% in the weeks prior. As I'm sure most of you are aware, the state lifted the regional stay home order in the 3 regions, San Joaquin, Bay Area, and Southern California, that were still under it due to 4-week projections that puts their region's ICU capacity above the 15% threshold. And that was effective immediately yesterday. So the whole state, Rancho, we've all, well, I'll finish. I'll talk about deaths first before I talk about the tier system. So the number of deaths are still increasing in California due to the lag. 37,000 people have died from COVID. And I think it was a question 2 weeks ago at this meeting about the age of people who have died from COVID in Lake County. So I looked at that, and 64% of the COVID deaths were among people 70 years of age or older, 27% were among people 60 to 69 years, and 9% were under 60 years. And I'll be doing a review of the COVID deaths, and so we'll, in the next week or two, we'll probably have another update for you then. So here is our epi curve, and I want to go through this and point out some things why we're in the moment feeling better than we have in the last couple of weeks. So in the last 7 days, we've identified about 93 new cases. So if you remember from previous weeks, we were identifying up to like 300 new cases sometimes in the last 7 days. So this has dropped. The week of January 10th through the 16th, this purple bar, the state, because Rancho obviously never under the stay-at-home order, but now that we were always in that tier system that the state was using, now the whole state is back to that tier system. So Lake County, we remain in the purple tier because we had more than 43 cases in this week. So that will be announced later today, that Lake County remains in the purple tier, which is an indicator of widespread transmission in the community. The promising piece of information here is looking at the week we just finished. So this was January 17th through Saturday, just a couple days ago. And so far, we've only identified 83 new cases. Now, we'll continue to see this bar increase as, people who got tested on Saturday, for example, get their test results today. So it will increase, but it does look like, since we don't have the full 7-day lag, it does look like we're going to see a substantial decrease in this past week. I hope that holds, and I hope we are starting to see the bend in our curve locally. And then I just sort of showing you the same data here, wanted to give you a regional perspective. So I'm showing the 5 regions, and then you can see they all started to decrease right at about the same time, about a week or two ago. And you can see Lake County is here in the purple line here. I know it's hard to see, tried to indicate it here, but you can see that we haven't quite seen that decline because of the 7-day lag. But with this last week showing very promising signs of fewer cases, I expect that we'll start to see the decline that the other regions have experienced for the last couple weeks. And again, today at about noon, the state will announce the tier assignment, and these are our metrics. For the tier assignment, a case rate for that week, about the same as our previous week, and the testing positivity is down slightly, about 1% from last week. This is my last slide. I just wanted to highlight recent cases. Even though we are seeing it go down, we still are seeing cases throughout the community. I've listed it by supervisorial district on the left. So these are cases that we've opened and identified between January 12th to the 23rd. Case rate for that week. So you can see by district on the left. And then I just wanted to highlight something that I saw in this roughly 2-week period. We did start to see a slight increase in cases among children 0 to 14 years of age, and a slight decrease in cases among those 65 and older. So I'll continue to watch that, but that did stand out to me when I was looking at our most recent cases. So we'll be monitoring that. And we'll inform you at the next opportunity if there's any major changes in any of the demographics. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So as you can see, the testing positivity is down. The case rate looks like it's dropping. So hopefully we are starting to turn the curve now. Very reassuring. And one of the things you can see in there is the ICU availability, the hospital availability in the Bay Area. It looks like it's starting to loosen up a little bit. So that's been a very concerning thing for me and for the local medical providers, was that as it gets congested in the Bay Area and Sacramento, and as our hospitals are filled, it's harder to move people out and things can back up. We saw over the weekend, this past weekend, both hospitals seem to be able to keep moving people through. And so it definitely has the sense that things are starting to improve. That has led the governor to make a big announcement yesterday to lift the regional stay-at-home orders, like Sarah mentioned. And so the whole rest of the state now is going to be back to where we are in Lake County. So it does not mean a change for us in Lake County or in the Northern California region. We're still in the purple tier. Outdoor dining is allowed, indoor dining is not allowed. It's basically the same restrictions we've been in for the last 6 weeks, but for most of the rest of the state, it's a big change. And some people feel like it's a little quick, and others feel like, well, the data is reassuring. So we can see, it seems pretty clear at least from the lens of the public health people, that these restrictions put in place, and it takes 3 to 4 weeks before you really start seeing the case rate change and the test positivity change. So hopefully we're going in the right direction now. I think one of the things we have to be aware of is these variants. You're probably seeing things in the news about the variants. We don't know exactly what they mean or what the significance is right now. There's a couple different variants that are showing up in Lake County and in California. If you watch the news, the one over in England, B117, looks kind of scary. It seems to increase the transmission, the contagion rate. It may make it more dangerous to people that actually get it. But we're seeing some of that down in Southern California. That hasn't been identified in Northern California yet. There's a couple other variants that have been identified that look kind of similar to that one in the way they work, but we don't really know yet whether they make it more contagious or impact people harder. So we're just waiting to see, but this is part of the kind of anxiety out there right now, is to see what impact this all has on things. So
Dr. Pace, do you mind if I make a note on that? And so the ICU, to his point of the variant, and they're circulating in California. We don't quite know the implication. The state is, with the ICU projections, one of the inputs to that is the R effective, which does account for how much of the virus is circulating today. So what a lot of epidemiologists are going to be watching very closely is, as the variants become increasingly prevalent in the state, if they are in fact more infectious or contagious, we'll see that R effective go up, and that could change, of course, the 4-week projection that we'd have reduced ICU capacity if we do see increased rates. So I just wanted to make that note that that's something we're watching very carefully. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So, I mean, that's sort of some of the technical description, but basically the variant is a little bit of a curveball, and we don't know exactly what it's going to mean for us going down the road. And but it's definitely something we're all watching. So it sounds like there's questions about vaccine, and I sure am seeing a lot of questions out there. It's a very confusing situation. There's a lot of moving parts. The meeting I need to get off here for in a little bit is an update from the state. They're changing things all the time. But one is just to let people know there is information available. I know it's been a little hard, and we've had a little, it's taken us some time to sort of get things in place, but this is moving really fast. And so now people, if they have some vaccine questions, they can try calling 211, the information line, and we're updating them and giving them information. So that's one place where you can try to get information. The second thing is our website, the Lake County Health Department website has a vaccine information page. And I think Supervisor Sabatier yesterday mentioned that it was a little hard to find, and I think they've fixed that now. So if that's still a problem, let us know and we'll update that. We're trying to get information out there so people can access it. You can also call the Mohawk line, which is where you've been able to get COVID information from the county for several months now. And so all these are places to start getting information. Also the press releases, and I think we're going to start doing another weekly video feed to keep everybody updated, because it is hard to know. It's moving quickly, and people want to know where and when they can get appointments. So the amount coming into the county continues to be the main issue. We're getting about 400 a week. This week we've gotten 800, so they doubled it this week. We don't know what next week's allocation is, so it's all, we're just going week to week, trying to set up the appointments and get these things out within the week of when we get them, or soon thereafter. So we're not hanging on to a bunch of vaccine for future use. We are needing to kind of think about second doses, but we're basically navigating this on a week by week basis as best we can. The tier system is the way, again, that we're sort of trying to prioritize the people that we think should get the vaccine first. We really want everybody that wants to get vaccinated to get the vaccine as soon as possible. But with such a limited amount, we're going to have to kind of try to control it and get the people to the front of the line that need to be vaccinated the quickest because of concerns about safety or things like that. So it's not first come, first serve. So just to be clear, there is no way for people to call us and get an appointment for the vaccine. The medical providers in the community, some of them are offering the vaccine, and especially Southern Adventists have their own supply chains. And so those are ways to get it. And the health department and some of the other medical providers, we're trying to give them some vaccine, but again, the amount's just very limited. Also, Safeway is now starting to offer the vaccine as well. We're providing them with it through the health department. So you can get it through other places around the community, but for the health department, there's not really a way to call and get an appointment. What we're doing now is we're prioritizing the people in the phase 1A, which were the healthcare providers basically. And those have been pretty much completed, but not everybody was captured the first time. So we're trying to have some space for those folks to get vaccinated. All 3 of the nursing homes, the residents in the nursing homes have been vaccinated now. The other groups that we're prioritizing right now are teachers and school staff, and they will be contacted by their school district to make appointments. And we're trying to get them through. We're hoping to get everybody that wants it done by the end of next week, but we'll see how that goes. Again, it depends on supply. And then we're prioritizing the elders. Now, this is, the guideline says 65 and older, but we're particularly interested in trying to get the most vulnerable, the most fragile folks in that age range. And so we've asked the senior centers to fill the appointments that we have up with the people that they see as the most vulnerable. So again, you don't need to call the senior centers. You don't need to call the health department. They will be contacting the people that they're identified. Now, of course, there's going to be some people that aren't connected with the senior center. They should be contacting their medical provider. If that's not really working, we're going to have to figure out another way once we get through this first week or two to get those other folks in the line. But it's not perfect what we're doing, but we're just trying to make sure that the people that are the most vulnerable get to the front of the line. So again, there are other options around the community, the other medical providers, and things are worth trying. And Sutter and Adventist are both pretty aggressively getting out there and doing vaccinations for their patients. It's only for their patients, I believe, right now. So, and then the next tier is going to be, once we get this one stabilized a little bit, the next one is going to be food and ag workers. And that's going to be a big group. We're going to have to sort of figure out how to do that. I think we're still a couple weeks away. But that's where we're working towards next, to try to get the vineyard workers, the farm workers, and other folks working in the food industry, because they're out there in the community. They have to keep working, and they're at risk. And there's been a lot of risk of those folks getting contacting the virus. So anyhow, that's kind of the general overview today. I think the kind of the conclusions are that things are looking better. This is the first time I feel like we've been able to be optimistic now in a couple months. And, I think we're probably coming out of the worst phase of the winter outbreak from the holidays. The variant is a concern, and we're going to have to keep watching that, because this could kind of change the whole landscape of things. But at least right now, it seems like we're moving forward in a good way. And we are doing everything we can to get the vaccines out there for people, and getting people vaccinated as quickly as possible. But at the rate we're getting the vaccine in, it's still going to be months before we get, a significant portion of the population done. But at least we're starting to target the most vulnerable folks, and I really appreciate that the community has been cooperative. Our vaccination sites have gone well, and people have been, not shown up without appointments, because don't show up without an appointment, please. We won't accept you. And people have been really kind of trying to work with us to get this out as best we can. We've gotten a lot of help from the senior centers, and from social services and behavioral health, and from the law enforcement in the community, and, the city of Clear Lake. There's been a lot of people that are all kind of tossing their hats in to help the community get this vaccine. And it's very much appreciated. And so I think that's it for today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pace. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I changed my hardware here. Appreciate Sam's help for making that happen. Any questions for Dr. Pace or Sarah? Go ahead, Supervisor Paiska.
So thank you for the extra data on the age of the people that have died. That kind of helps paint the picture of what's been going on. I had a chance to volunteer last week at the vaccination clinic, and it was so wonderful to see so many people coming in. They were so happy, coming in with their walkers and their wheelchairs, really fragile people. So it was a great day to get that started, and I appreciate all the people that are working so hard to make that happen. I just have a couple questions. Do we have data yet on how much of our population has been vaccinated?
Well, so through the health department, I think there's something like 2,000 people, something like that. And then there's probably another 1,000, maybe a little more, between the two hospitals and Tribal Health. Tribal Health has another supply chain through Indian Health Service. So I'd say it's probably around 3,000, which is maybe probably a little under 5%. I'd say between 3 and 5% of the population. So, and this is a little more than a month into it. So, at this rate, to get to whatever, Dr. Fauci's 80% rate, we got 20 months or something at this rate. So, it's a long time.
Yeah, I read this morning that the national average is about 3%. So it sounds like we're tracking on that. And hopefully we can collect all the data from the different partners so we have a really clear view on what our strategy is and how much further it's going to be. So after we after we get the 75 and older vaccinated, and I don't know what the time frame is on that, if it's a couple of weeks, and we move into the food and ag workers, are we also going to be vaccinated the 65 and over with that tier?
It looks like the state guidelines are in the process of changing. And so they are, so probably we are doing 65 and older now. It's just we're trying to prioritize the fragile ones. So, yeah, I'm not exactly, I think, I'm hedging a little bit because a lot depends on how much vaccine we get. If we're only getting 400 a week, then I'm probably going to be real stingy about it. If we're starting to get thousands a week, then we'll just start getting it out there. So that's really what's determining it now, is how we're going to do this.
Okay. So with the new variants that we don't know a lot about, can you talk about the effectiveness of the different types of masks, and if we should be all using N95s now, if possible?
Well, N95 is the most effective. So if you're going to be in a place, I mean, the best thing to do is to avoid being out in public as much as possible with people that aren't in your household. That's really kind of the goal here. And even though the state has kind of loosened that up, it hasn't really changed the situation that's going on. So especially if you're somebody who feels like you really should get a vaccine, you're 65 and older, but doing pretty well and kind of far back in the line, I would really encourage you to avoid a lot of contact where there could be risk, because it's out in the community. You're going to bump into it. If you wear an N95, you're much more protected than if you wear a surgical mask. If you wear a surgical mask, you're much more protected if you don't wear anything. The CDC, it looks like they're starting to come out with some recommendations now about double masking. So wearing two surgical masks, that there's some increased protection with that. So, I think we're going to see some sort of strategies to try to impact this. I think the most effective is to stay home until the rate goes down in the community. Once the rate goes down to under 25 or so, we're talking a kind of a different scenario. But as high as the transmission rate is now, when you go to the store, you'll probably be in the aisle with some people that have it. And but if you wait, or go when it's really, really quiet, and then wait until March or April to do more of these activities, you'll probably be safer. But yeah, if you wanted to be as safe as possible, like my daughter had to fly recently to go do something that was essential, and I had her wear N95 while she was flying.
Well, I was just wondering if we should be providing N95s to the staff that have to be at the courthouse, or in any way where they're interacting with the public, or around a lot of people throughout the day.
Yeah, that's something we can talk about.
Okay. I have one more question. Or it's not a question, but you and I exchanged emails earlier in the week. We're facing a possible significant drought with dangerous fire conditions this summer if things don't significantly change, and they may or may not this week. So a lot of people are working on getting out and doing maintenance on their land, or community work days where the vegetation needs to be managed. And I know the Cobb Area Council is sponsoring a few of those work days. And if anybody around the community in the whole county wants to join up with their neighbors to do this work is considered essential. But you do need to wear a mask and not share tools. But I just wanted to bring that up as a point that we had talked about that earlier, and if there's anything else you wanted to add.
Well, yeah, I think that's a great point. I'm glad you're bringing that up, because, right, fire season is just right around the corner. It seems like we just got out of it, and it's not looking good for the way it's going to go this year. So I think absolutely to take precautions against that and prepare for what's coming in a few months is important. And being outside is way safer than being inside. So do an outdoor activity with some, specific precautions is probably pretty darn safe. And so absolutely, I would say if any protective work people can do out there is important right now. This could be a bad year the way it looks right now.
So I want to interrupt real quick. Dr. Pace, I believe you had an important meeting to get to at 9:30. Are you okay with continuing? Do you need to jump off to get to that meeting? I don't want to stop you from having the conversations you need to have to help us with what we're dealing with in the county when it comes to COVID. So I'm leaving that up to you, because we could pause and continue this item at a later time just to make sure you don't miss those types of meetings.
Well, thanks. It probably makes sense to go ahead and complete it now. Unfortunately, the state's doing these meetings right when most counties have their Board of Supervisors meetings. I'm not sure why they do it that way, but we'll catch up. This is, it's important to answer your all's questions and to talk to the public. So I appreciate. Thank you for the consideration, though.
I just wanted to check in. So let's go ahead and open it up for the rest of the board members. Any other questions as well? Supervisor Scott?
Just have one simple question, and just thank you, Dr. Pace, again for all the work with you and your team. So when our community dials 211, who are they actually calling?
I think what's happening, I think this is a state-run line that has, but then they have specific information for each county. So people would get, information that we've fed them back to them. So, and you're not going to necessarily get all your questions answered, but at least some of the basic, and then as we update it, we can keep feeding that. So if you want to get a specific question answered, the best way to do that is through the Mohawk line. And that's how we're doing that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Pace. I just wanted to ask, I know that I like what we covered already. I just wanted to emphasize, because I've had some questions, and I asked you yesterday, but I just want to get it out in the meeting format, that we regress back to the situation where we're in the purple tier and all that stuff that was previous to the state mandated lockdown. And so it still takes us to go from where we're at, the purple tier, down to either the orange or any other. And that just still based on the same concept that was previously dated before this mandatory lockdown. And I just wanted to make sure that people heard that, even though you and I had discussed that and I know the answer, I just wanted to make sure that you can emphasize on that. Right. And it's really important. So Lake County has been in the purple tier now since I think it was back in November. And we did not go into this thing that the governor just put in. He's calling it the regional stay-at-home order that he just took off yesterday. So we're really unchanged. One thing that I'm glad you reminded me was when Sarah had those graphs up there, when there was one graph with that epi curve she shows, and it shows the weekly numbers, and there's a line along the bottom. That line along the bottom is at 42 cases. We have to drop below that line before we can go to the red tier, which is the next one. And so that's 42 cases in a week. And we're at something like over 200 right now. So we have to drop like 80% before we're going to be ready to do it. So hopefully, that could be by the end of February if we're lucky. It's not, if things start dropping, they can really drop. It sort of depends on how careful people are, I think, really, and what happens with this variant. Thank you for that. Yeah, and you've covered a lot of the vaccine questions that I think that came forward. I just know that there's a lot of folks that are eager to take it, and they will just call their, I didn't hear you correctly, local senior centers, or do they call the Mohawk? Well, again, people don't need to call anybody right now because there are no publicly available appointments. Through the health department vaccines, we're contacting people that
either through the school districts, they're contacting their people, or the senior centers or some of the county folks that are helping them are contacting the vulnerable seniors. If people want to try to see if they can get it as soon as possible, the best thing to do is to check with your medical provider, but most of them are reaching out to the people that they think should be at the front of the line too, but some people are able to get in the line that way. The main thing I'm just trying to encourage is for folks to be patient. We just don't have enough to go around. We're trying to target the most vulnerable people. But for example, if your mom is really, really vulnerable and she hasn't gotten a call yet, it's probably worth it to call her doc and see if they're able to do it, especially if they're involved with Sutter or Adventist. They have the most vaccine right now, but that's one way to try to access it. But again, it's really, if you're a healthy 67-year-old, I would encourage you to just be patient a little bit and let these frailer folks get it first if you can. And let us kind of work our way through the priority list. So please don't call the senior centers. They're getting completely overwhelmed. And
I just wanted that to be emphasized. Thank you.
Thanks for giving me the chance.
Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, Dr. Pace, thank you guys for everything that you're doing, all partners that are helping the public health department and everything. And it's so challenging right now, like you said, with the supply that we're getting on the vaccines. What I would like to get out there, and I know that we are, right now, the thing hindering us is the amount of vaccine that we're getting into the county on a weekly basis. If that number changes, as you spoke about earlier, going from 400 to a couple of thousand or more, I just want to get it out to the public, and I think I know the answer to this, but are we prepared if our numbers increase to get as many shots in the arms as possible? Are we prepared for that if there is a shift change, or are you guys working on a plan to be prepared if we get more vaccine to get those into the arms of our constituents?
Right, thank you for that. We have a plan in place. We have the site set up. We are kind of working as hard as we can behind the scenes to get the staffing set up. That's really a big part of what we're having trouble with. We have, basically enough staff to do what we're at right now, but to go up to, 4 times as much in a week is going to be a kind of a massive human resource undertaking, and we're working on that. We're trying to get volunteers set up. We're trying to get we're asking the state for resources. They've got a pathway. They say they're going to be providing help, but none of us come each week. It's the same thing. We are asking the county the county system to funnel some people our way to help with this, because I think your point of this is a big undertaking, and we only have a handful of people working on it. And so the county and the other partners in the community, the cities and everybody else, it's going to be all of us working together to get this thing happening in the way that it is going to be able to keep people safe in a quick fashion. And so we're really trying to set the framework so that when we start getting the awareness, we're going to get more that we can actually bring people in and coordinate them. But it's a challenge along with everything else, and everybody's working full time and doing their thing. So it's to pull them off to do this is not easy. And it's different from a fire, like Lake County's so good about responding to fires, those rapid emergencies that come out of the blue, and but they only last, a week or two, and then everybody can kind of get back to their normal life. And here we are 10 months into this, plus it's been a year really since the virus was first detected, and this response is going to take probably months in terms of getting the vaccine out. So getting the personnel is going to be the biggest challenge, and getting the supervisory staff and kind of the strategic thinking planning staff is what we're hard at work every day right now. That's what we're working on.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Pace, appreciate that we're getting more vaccines because at the rate that we were going, it was going to take just way too long to be able to get to the majority of our populations. There is some potential changes. There's nothing specific that I can state as to what the state vaccine plan will change to, but they are looking to change it as of, I believe, phase 2 it is, phase 1B, to start really looking at the age groups versus anything else, but they don't have anything in concrete yet. It's not been decided on, but that is what the conversation is leading towards. The majority of counties are still in phase 1A. We're one of the few counties in the state that has started 1B. I was just talking to one of my siblings over in Santa Clara County, and they're still on phase 1A. They haven't started their educators, and I know we started that last week. So while we all want to do more, we do need to recognize that where we stand in the grand scheme of things is we're right in the mix, and we're kind of ahead of some of the pack as well. It does create difficulties if we get more, but I think that we will be ready. I just actually sent an email to Legislative Affairs over at the state of California asking what needs to be unblocked in order for us to get the state staffing. If we were able to get state staffing for the Verily site, should be the exact same scenario for us to get staffing for our vaccination sites, especially since that is our number one priority when it comes to COVID-19 is to try and deploy the vaccine as efficiently as possible. Hopefully we'll see more change too coming from the federal government as far as the number of vaccines that they're able to submit to the state. And then eventually get into our hands. I also did make a request. This was talked about, I think, either last week or maybe a couple weeks ago. Just forgot to mention it. We're not the only county that's asking how many total vaccinations has been done in this county. Between hospitals, clinics, Safeway, and everyone else, they do have to enter the information in a state database. Therefore, the state should know what percentage of your residents have been vaccinated, but that information is not available as of yet. And I know that we struggle to even know how many tests were being done in our county. We're going to deal with the same exact thing with the vaccine. So we really need the state to step up and provide that level of information. And again, we're not the only county making that request. And I think that they're going to end up offering that kind of information, I think even publicly rather than just directly to the public health agencies, so that we can all make sure that we're up to date on what's happening. And I do want to reemphasize something that was already said. Please do not call your senior centers. You definitely can call your primary doctors, your primary physicians, to see if they have the potential to provide a vaccine for you. But the senior centers will be reaching out to you for the fact that they have seniors on specific programs, which puts them in the very vulnerable list, such as those that are on Meals on Wheels. So please, it's a patient game. It's a game of patience, where we all want to be at the front of the line, but we have to be fair and equitable in the way that it's being deployed. And I know that we're trying our best, even though we may have some subtle differences in how we feel that it should be deployed. There was something else I wanted to say. Yes, last week I brought up Lake County residents only. I still want to bring that up for the fact of in the future, when we really start expanding it to a much larger audience, especially if the state makes the change to be based on age. It's just something I want you to keep in the back of your mind. Of course, I'm only one person saying this. It's not coming from the board, but I think it's important that if we're being allocated doses based on our needs as a county, that we make sure that people are not lining up from other counties where they're being pushed out because they don't have access. I know that this is happening. Just read some articles this morning that in LA that film executives are offering to pay $10,000 to get a vaccine right now from a doctor, yet they don't meet any of the criteria. We have Canadians that are flying down to Florida because it's no man's land in Florida, and everybody can go and get anyone can go get a vaccine. And so it's literally becoming a tourist thing for people to go find where it is that they can go get a vaccine. And I just want to make sure that with our medically fragile population that we have, that we make sure that we take care of our population before we have it handed out to somewhere else. And I think there's some simple ways to check that. And hopefully we can make that happen. Right now, that is not the case, since we are calling people to make appointments, not them calling us to make appointments. So just wanted to bring that back up. Other than that, that's all that I have. Jake, let's go ahead, and any other comments from the board members before we open it up to the public?
Obviously, Supervisor Sabatier, I know you brought up about our Lake County residents. I know we went through this early on with the testing where we had questions. So obviously I would be in support doing the best that we can to take care of Lake County first, taking care of our elders and all of our population. Ultimately understand the challenge. That's more work for folks that we've been having work for 10 months on this. And I know we'll be adding some more, but I would definitely be in favor of doing the best that we can to keep it to Lake County residents.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room and see if we have any public comments.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Hi, my name is.
Here, let's go ahead and start with Joni, and we'll get to phone 6205 after Joni.
Hi, my name is Joni, and I have a question about the phases of the vaccine for Dr. Pace.
And Joni, I'm going to interrupt you real quick just for public record. Can we get your full name?
Joni Alford.
Thank you.
On the phases, I realized that right now we're doing the 1A and B, but in C, you have the 50 to 64-year-olds all in one. What about the ones that are vulnerable, the ones that really need to be at the head of the line, like up with the older people?
Right. Well, that's a state kind of template that's out now. I think it's going to change. I think they're in the process of changing it. So by the time we get to that phase, it's probably going to be different. And I'm hoping by that point, we're going to have a lot more vaccine available. And so, I think what's going to happen by that point is that it's going to be like other vaccines, that usually people that are vulnerable or have medical conditions, they have a medical provider, and that those providers would help the most vulnerable people get vaccinated first. They'll call you up and they'll say, Joni, you need to get in and get your vaccine because I'm worried about you and I don't want you to get COVID. And then they'll help you do that. That's probably what's going to be happening. If we stay at this really small number for a long time, then we're going to have to figure out how to do that. But I would agree. I definitely want the vulnerable people vaccinated first, because those are the folks that are the highest risk of bad things happening if they get the COVID.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joni. Thank you, Dr. Pace, for the response. We have phone 6205. If you're still here for public comment, if you can give us your full name, please.
Yes, this is Bart Levinson. Good morning. Dr. Pace, if I heard you correctly, you said you already asked the county for personnel that you'll need for adequate vaccination rollout. I was wondering if you could say how many people it is that you are needing.
Well, right now we need, what we're trying to do is to set up a 6-day-a-week stand-up site. And then if we get a lot of vaccine, to set up some big mass vaccination sites, sort of like the Heroes of Health and Safety that people may be familiar with, that has been coordinated with Sutter in the past. And so it really depends on how much vaccine we get. If we're getting this much, we need a few. We need a couple handfuls of people to help just staff all these different sites and to help with the appointments and to help with traffic and all that. If we start getting 1,000 a week, we're going to have to double that. And so then we're talking dozens of people. If we're getting 5,000 a week, which would be great, because at 5,000 a week, that's still going to take, 3-4 months to get the 80% people done. But we're going to need a lot of people then, and we're going to need people who are good at organizing events and people who are good at kind of coordinating people as well as just the worker bees. We just don't have those people in the health department. And if we are pulling from the county, then other essential functions are not going to be done. So, you know, and we don't know from
that's what I'm wondering is what is realistic. If we could hear from the supervisors about how this is being realistically addressed and planned for now, or outreach being done to fill in where there will be gaps.
And I know that whenever we get onto our EOC calls, we have a lady working over in public health who has been in charge of procuring volunteers throughout this entire time. I know that she's been helpful in making sure that we staffed our testing sites. I believe she still has a list of folks as well. And so hopefully that will help, but I'm sure that that is it's an unknown as to what's needed based on the fact that it's unknown and how many vaccines we will be receiving in the future. But I'm sure that if we get a much larger amount than anticipated, that we will work towards making sure that we meet the needs of the community to get those vaccines out as soon as possible. I know that I've already shared my my offer to Dr. Pace that I will do whatever is needed to be done to make sure that we have everyone, and I will volunteer myself as well, that we have what we need to make sure those vaccines are deployed efficiently.
Thank you. What I'm wanting to hear is the plan on the part of the county and the Board of Supervisors to be actively planning, creating the plan for this and keeping the public posted, both of what labor you have ready to go and what number of volunteers are currently needed.
And I know that Dr. Pace has been working on that type of plan, maybe not specifically to the maximum amount that is possible, but we are in support of what Dr. Pace is working on and trying to provide him the resources he needs to be able to meet the needs of any vaccination clinics. So
that's what I'm asking is from the Board of Supervisors, how many people are you prepared to provide? So that it isn't just on Dr. Pace, that the information is coming from the county and the Board of Supervisors, what will be there to help Dr. Pace.
And it's a countywide effort as far as who those volunteers are. And I'll go ahead and ask Ms. Hutchinson, who's raising her hand, who seems to want to comment on this.
Yeah, it's to basically echo what you said, Mr. Chair, it's a work in progress. We recognize the need. We're working very closely with Dr. Pace to prepare for putting those resources in place, but we do not have specific answers to questions about the number of volunteers for the reasons he's detailed, because the flow of vaccines to Lake County has not been consistent yet, and we're looking forward to the day when it will be. In the interim, anyone can sign up to be a volunteer employee through our Human Resources Department. I know that they actively take applications for that, and so if someone is interested in serving personally, I would encourage them to do that now.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Hutchinson, but I believe at one point in time in the search for volunteers to help with whatever the need was at the time, that HR has gotten involved with helping to move certain staff who may be non-essential during these times and maybe moved over to the needs of public health.
Yes, that's true. So HR is very actively involved and is also working with departments to secure disaster service workers, meaning existing county employees that can be temporarily assigned to support the disaster effort.
Can Red Cross assist in any way?
I believe Red Cross is on our calls in our EOCs and are definitely involved in any way that they can be involved depending on the needs. And Dr. Pace would be able to respond better.
Can I add?
Well, what I'm hoping is that the county will be helping more.
I'm going to interrupt. We do have a time limit on public comments. I would say please submit your questions to us as we're doing a lot of back and forth on the single public comment right now. I'll let Supervisor Pyska finish up, and if Dr. Pace has a comment to make, but I would say reach out to your supervisor and make sure to ask those questions if you feel you didn't get a response, as I don't want to ignore your comments or your questions. They are good questions, but just know that we are working on it and we are trying our best. Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Bart. I just wanted to kind of reiterate what's been said. The HR and you can volunteer, you can get your paperwork in order to do that, just as I did last week. On our EOC calls, the Red Cross is involved, and also they're reaching out to the CERT teams that have been trained. Those are the emergency volunteers that are around the county, so that they're going to be activated as soon as we need them. So there's a big effort going on to get people ready to go for when we need them. I think that's what your question's about, Bart, and I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and Jake, if we can please look and see if there's any other public comment out there.
Yes, I've sent another unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, and hearing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. Any further comments or questions for Dr. Pace? I do have a question. Dr. Pace, you mentioned 80% multiple times. And you mentioned that was kind of a guideline that Dr. Fauci may have provided to say that that's our goal, to try and reach 80% vaccination. In the next upcoming meetings, would it be possible for you to let us know what our healthcare professional vaccination rate is and what our educational professional, just to kind of get an idea of where we stand compared to that 80?
Try. Yeah, I can try.
Or if it's easier to give us an aggregate number to see how far we are along, that would be useful too.
Well, I think we're about 5%, something like that. And then depending on how, we've gotten, say, 3,000 cases, so another 5% probably of people that have been infected. So, we're probably somewhere around 10% kind of thing. So we've got a long way to go.
And the reason I ask is because 80% is a number that doesn't necessarily consider those who don't want to be vaccinated versus those that do. And I just kind of want to get an idea of where do we stand when it comes to our professionals so far that have gone through the possibility of being vaccinated.
Well, so the herd immunity only works if people are vaccinated. So if 40% of the population declines vaccination, we'll never get there. It doesn't, the virus doesn't care whether you haven't gotten vaccinated because you didn't get it offered or if you just did it because you didn't decline. And from what I'm understanding, a rough sketch of the different healthcare facilities, there's something like 60 to 80% of the people are getting vaccinated. It depends on where they are. The doctors and nurses tend to be getting more. The other folks, the other support staff, less so. So it seems to be the folks that are closest to the people that are sickest, they know what it looks like, and so they tend to be getting it. Also, what we're seeing is that maybe the first time that people are like, well, I don't want to be the first in line, so maybe I'll wait a couple weeks. And then once they see that everybody's doing okay with it, then they choose to go ahead and get it. The problem is that as we're moving with these phases and we don't have that much vaccine, we kind of move on. We will try to incorporate them in afterwards, but it's not as efficient. Your best chance is to get it when it's first offered. So I think we're in the kind of 70, 80% range with the healthcare providers. The teachers were still, we're still waiting to see. They're just getting there. But, we're kind of in that range. But if a large swath of the population choose not to get it, we will never get to herd immunity. And then it will continue to be something that pops up regularly in our lives and puts people at risk and things like that. So, That's kind of the quick overview. Anyhow, I'm not sure. It's going to be a little hard to get that data because it's such a moving target and it's coming from a lot of different pieces. But that's the general impression.
Okay, appreciate the comment. Any further comments or questions from the board? All right, Dr. Pace, thank you so much for adding some extra time to help us get some better understanding and answering some questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item, I believe, 6.3. Get to that, and that is our 9:30 a.m. consideration of resolution adopting a Lake County Cannabis Equity Assessment and adopting a Lake Local Equity Program and Program Manual. And I am looking for either Ms. Hutchinson or Mr. Sullivan.
I'm here, and I want to introduce Patrick Sullivan, who's going to present this item. Patrick, are you going to have video today, or, oh, there you are. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, I'm up. Good morning, board. I'm here today to present this cannabis equity item. This is the culmination of the type 1 funding process that we've gone through with the state. Previously, your board approved the cannabis equity assessment, which provided the outline of what the county's needs are. Since then, I have been working with the CCRP at Humboldt State University, the team that addressed the board last time, on creating the equity program manual. And this is what is actually creating the program, and the resolution before you is what authorizes it. That's what allows the state to consider our type 2 application. The state really accelerated their timeline this year. The submittal deadline is February 1st. So we have to have this wrapped up by Friday, basically. And last month, the state put out a lot of new program requirements and recommendations associated with it. So what I just want to highlight is that this plan that is before your board is definitely a work in progress. As time goes on, we can do what other jurisdictions have done, which is make adjustments. And as we see what works and what doesn't, we can always change things. All the efforts in this plan are in line with what the state has been looking for in its recommendations, and working with our consultant, reviewing what they want to see in the type 2. This is trying to be as on track with that as possible. So I would also let the board know that the team from Humboldt State is available. They are on this call. So if the board has specific questions or would like more information about the plan and what it entails, they are happy to help answer those questions as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sullivan. Any comments or questions about the item from the board? Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, so I think that this is this is a great place for us to start. And one of the questions that I had is, so this program benefits the applicants, but I did notice in section 4 under services that would there's technical assistance for the formation of a cannabis cooperative or of cannabis cooperative associations. So this creating these kind of cooperative associations would really support the whole community and not just the applicants. So I just want to ask how you think that this would go what services would go beyond just the people that applied for and are accepted.
So I know a lot of that is going to be dependent on how much state funding we really get. If we can get a larger amount, like some of the other jurisdictions received, we'll be able to do more. If we receive a smaller amount, we'll be hard pressed to do a lot of the things that are in here. But for that question, if it would please the board, I would defer to the team from Humboldt if they might be able to weigh in. They have more expertise with some of the topics you brought up there.
I would love to hear from either Don or Dominic.
Hi, I'll go first. This is Dawn, Executive Director with California Center for Rural Policy, and then let Dominic chime in, Dr. Corva. One important thing to note about the technical assistance and administrative costs is that right now the state's guidance is for 80% of the awarded funds to go directly to applicants. and licensees in the form of direct financial assistance. There's a 10% cap on administrative overhead and a 10% cap on technical assistance. So it's a relatively small portion of the overall amount. The state's really looking to get the vast majority of funds directly into the hands of equity applicants and licensees. Dominic, did you want to add anything to that?
That's a really good answer, Don. The important thing to remember too is that GoBiz has been honing their focus on what they want with each round, and what they've honed it down to most recently really is now there's a limitation really on technical assistance as well. And if you recall, the assessment was brought to the board in November, right? And basically, GoBiz released their point scoring system for this application in mid-December, early mid-December. So there's been a little bit of kind of working backward, but largely what you see is this is possible, right? And that's the important thing for this document is the array of things that are possible. And then depending on what resources are able to come in, you'll be able to prioritize how those go.
Okay, thanks for answering that. I think that this would be a way to kind of get people in the door to kind of see that there's a little bit of assistance out there before they go through the application process, or to build trust, to kind of move people in, out of the black market and into these programs. So thank you for that.
Any other comment or questions from the board? So I did have when reviewing this, there's two things that are in my mind. One, I don't think has anything to do with the equity program, but to me, if we want to help people that are in a struggling situation, because here we're saying we want to help low income, we want to help the have-nots. We want to help those that aren't able to meet the high threshold of capital needed to get started, basically. And I think that our board needs to look at the efficiency of the process as one of the number one issues that we have, because right now, waiting the amount of time it gets to get a use permit, that is time is money for any business waiting to get approvals to get started on getting some revenue. So I think that's a separate issue that I think would also help with the equity program, because if we don't solve that, the equity program can't be successful, in my opinion, because those are people that are less likely to be able to hang on for that long. But then I go down to section 2, program eligibility, and I just can't help but have a little bit of concern on the last one, which is small scale eradication experience. I don't feel it's defined enough. It says any individual who has experienced eradication for less than 50 plants, and I almost want to add on their own property, because we have a lot of rogue people who go onto other properties, and now we're saying we want to help those who did trespassing. We want to help those who did something other than just dealing with cannabis. If it's on their own property, I would be more comfortable with that, even though I'm sure maybe their neighbors might not be that comfortable with that if they had 49 plants on a very small residential lot. But I just feel like it's missing a little bit of specificity to make it a little bit more, yes, those people were trying to do the business of cannabis like we're allowing some to do, but they weren't doing another crime along with that. So that's one of the ones that really stands out as a potential issue for me.
Yeah, if
Supervisor support. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. The more you can hone the eligibility criteria, the better. That was thrown out there, as something that seemed to be indicated from our interviews about what was happening in 2015, 2016. Again, GoBiz is going to like very specific things. Part of what, we threw out there is it seems like this is a possibility here that you guys should consider, but it makes perfect sense for you guys to adjust that again to get to the specifics in Lake County and to take care of any concerns that you might have. So no objections there at all.
And appreciate that. And I do appreciate also later on where it says residency consideration. We had mentioned that a little bit before. And what I appreciate is not only does it say you must be a resident of Lake County for at least 5 years, but it also backdates it to 2016, where you didn't move from another state or another area to try and join the cannabis industry. You've already been living in this area and you're trying to join the cannabis industry. So I appreciate the timeline and the date range. So appreciate that. Are those changes that we can make today, or as you said, it's kind of a living document before it gets submitted over to GoBiz? And I saw a big yes, so I'm guessing that means yes.
But I'm going to defer to Dawn on that. You can, I think it's both. The answer is yes to both. You could change it right now, or it could be a living document. Dawn, is that correct?
Yeah, and we should defer to Patrick. From our perspective, it's at the discretion of the board and the county to make changes. And Patrick, you want to tackle this, and then in light of the timeline for the grant?
Yeah, to Supervisor Sabatier's point, I think that change could be made today. It would be difficult to make many more changes than that before Friday because we're actually in the middle of working on the application. But that change would not alter anything that we've already done. We're pushing towards completing it, but that change would not impact what we've already completed. So that would be fine if that was the board's pleasure.
Okay, and that is the only change that I'm looking at. And the last thing for me is, and it's still going to be an issue for equity, and it's just having a piece of property to even do this on, especially if we're looking at somebody who might want to do an acre, they need a 20-acre piece of property, and the cost of our 20-acre lots and bigger have just skyrocketed because of the industry, which really pushes them out, which is not here or there for this equity program, but it does create another hole on how many people will be able to access the equity program. So we'll have to see how that works out for us. Looking for the board, if there's consensus on making that change on adding who have experienced eradication for less than 50 plants on their property rather than on someone else's property.
Yes, I'm in agreement.
Yes.
Okay.
Agreement.
If there's no further comments or questions from the board, let's go ahead, Jake, please. Let's open up the Zoom room and see if there are any comments.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Hearing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for either further discussion or action.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to offer the resolution with the amendment that you had suggested.
Okay, resolution
Okay.
has been offered. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Simon,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to Don and Dominic, I know that I've had the privilege of having a conversation with you and your team. Appreciate your work that you've done. And to Patrick, had it not been for your quick action to get this started in the first place, we would have missed February 1st by a long shot. So appreciate you being on top of that.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item 6.4, consideration of a report on the Lake County CARES Small Business Grant Program. Ms. Hutchinson.
Yes, Matthew Rostein is going to introduce this item, and while he is, Jake, can we make sure that Nicole Flora can unmute and share screen if we don't already have her presentation? So go ahead, Matthew.
Oh,
Matt is muted.
We can't hear you. You're unmuted, but your mic is not working.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
Good morning, board. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. Appreciate it very much. So as all of your board members would agree, small businesses are the backbone of all of Lake County's unique and diverse communities. And so when it was determined that Lake County would receive a CARES Act allocation, making sure that we were taking care of businesses that were really struggling as a result of COVID-19 was an obvious priority. And so your board set aside $1.3 million, and staff worked in coordination with Lake County Economic Development Corporation to develop the Lake County CARES Small Business Grant Program. And that program enjoyed great success. Many businesses were helped, and I'm very excited to introduce Nicole Flora of Lake County Economic Development Corporation, who will tell you a little bit more and share some stories from that program.
Great, thank you, Matthew. I think, am I set to go here? Everybody
can hear you.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen and get started here. Is that showing up okay?
We can see it perfectly.
Perfect. Okay. So first of all, good morning, Chair Sabatier and members of the board. I am Nicole Flora, and I'm with Lake County Economic Development Corporation. First of all, I want to say a sincere thank you to all of you for making the choice to invest some of the CARES Act funding into this grant program. As you're going to see in just a minute, it's made a valuable impact on our small business community here. So I'm just going to go ahead and well, one additional thing, I wanted to offer also a thank you to the Economic Development and Finance Corporation in Ukiah, who was able to offer some of their staff to help review and really make this grant program expeditious. We had a short time frame to get this money out the door, and their staff availability and expertise really helped get money to the small businesses quickly. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started on some of the details. So as you know, there was $1.3 million allocated for this program. Small businesses were eligible to apply for up to $20,000, and grants help them pay for things like lease, mortgage on their commercial properties, utilities, payroll, and other COVID-related costs. So this breakdown here shows that 42% of the $1.3 million went towards keeping businesses current on their lease and mortgages, 22% to utilities, and about a third to payroll. So you really helped keep the doors of these businesses open through this hard time. Okay, why?
It's not cooperating with you. There you go.
Technical difficulties. Okay, so eligibility of businesses. The business had to see between 25,000 and $1 million in revenue. So you're looking for a specific demographic of businesses. They could have up to 20 FTEs, and they had to show that they had an negative economic impact because of COVID. We received 89 applications and were able to award 79 grants. After initial review, 10 of those applications were deemed ineligible for a variety of reasons. The most common reason is they were just outside of that annual revenue threshold. We found that businesses that were in the higher threshold of FTE, up towards 18 and 20 full-time equivalent, they're just going to make more money. In order to pay that many full-time employees, you have to make enough money to be able to make that expense. So we had a few of those. We had a few that were more of a side job or hadn't been open long enough to have made $25,000 in a year. So the majority of businesses that were ineligible were because of that reason. There were actually a few that on paper, they did better in 2020 than they did in 2019. We had one religious agency and one business that had closed with no viable plan to reopen. So one of the decisions that was made about this program was that the county could have said only businesses in the unincorporated area of the county are eligible for grants. We are very appreciative that you chose not to make that decision, that you allowed businesses in Lakeport and Clear Lake to apply and be eligible for this funding. We had 22 businesses in Lakeport and 11 in Clear Lake receive grant funding, and 58% of the grants were made in the unincorporated areas of the county. So I felt like it was a pretty good distribution all around the lake. This is a little bit small. I hope you guys can see it, but I'll kind of run through the data. This is grants awarded by industry. So as you might instinctively know, lodging, restaurants, food service, retail were some of the hardest hits, and we also saw them be some of the most they were the industries where we saw the most applications. So 45% of the grants were made in those three kind of industry categories. And then salons were right behind there with seven awards. We know that they've been also significantly hit. That second column shows the average days closed by industry. You can see that there's a variety of numbers there. The winery industry and retail are the hardest hit. One kind of nuance about this data that I wanted to share with you is this is a self-reported number of days closed. It doesn't necessarily reflect what they were required to close. So some of these numbers are higher than what the local emergency ordinance or the statewide ordinance would have required. And it's not, the other nuance about it is after days closed, once they were considered reopened, there also were self-reporting in our conversations that they were not reopening at maximum capacity. So although they may have closed for a number of days, it doesn't mean they flipped a switch and we're back at 100% capacity for a variety of reasons that we'll get into in a few minutes. The last column there is employees supported by these grants. So 233 employees go to work regularly at a business that was supported by this program. So even though we may not have directly paid payroll for 233 employees, 233 employees are more likely to keep their job because of this program, because the doors were able to stay open with the support of this program. One of the questions that we asked on the application was, how was your business impacted by COVID? And this was a question that they could opt for more than one category. So 73% were negatively impacted because of a forced closure. A significant 50% saw a decrease because of tourism or business travel. Supply chain issues was a really interesting category because depending on the industry, this impacted them at different points of the emergency. So we know that like restaurants saw food shortages in the beginning, and that's kind of evened out for many of them. But retail is still seeing supply chain issues. They're still seeing inventory not being able to come in. Some of it's because of international shipping, some of it's because of manufacturing, and then others they just don't really know. 26 kind of said other, reading through those other descriptions, they were mostly issues related to industry-specific demand. And then 20% said that they had workforce issues due to health or childcare concerns, or the schools closed and employees couldn't come in because they had to be at home with their school-age children. So with that, I'm going to leave this screen up for just a second. It's a lot of words, and I know you all have it in your packet as well to read, but I wanted to really express to you that during this program, I made a point to either on the phone or in person have a real conversation with business owners about what was going on and how this grant was going to impact them. And I'll tell you that those were the best moments of this program. Many tears were shed when they found out that this grant was going to come through for them, because there's been an emotional toll taken on so many of our business owners, because they're not just responsible for their business, they're responsible for their employees and the livelihood of the community that their employees create for them. So I just really want to express the heartfelt gratitude that these businesses shared with me, and I want to pass it along to you, because the choice that the board made in investing in small businesses here did not fall on deaf ears. They really felt heard by you investing in them and hearing their cry for help. This is not the first emergency that they've seen in the last 5 years, as you're well aware. And this gave them a sense of relief. More than one business said, I'm actually going to sleep tonight because I got this money. I won't actually be up all night. So with that, I'm just going to close and say Lake County Economic Development Corporation is here all the time. We offer technical assistance and we offer access to capital to small business in Lake County. So if there's any business owners out there that want technical assistance right now, there are some additional grant programs, both private and through the state of California. The PPP and the EIDL programs are back up and going, and we have staff and contractors that can help support your application, help you walk through those processes. So this is my office number and my email. Please reach out and find out what resources are available to help get everybody through this. With that, if there's any questions or comments, I'm done with my data for now.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for making this happen as swiftly as you did. I know that we were always worried that maybe we put too much into the coffer for this program and that we couldn't get it out in time, because the Fed had put a deadline of December 31st to get the money out to our businesses. And even though they seem to have relaxed a little bit towards the latter end of the year, we got it out before even, I think around mid-month, it was all gone. So I do appreciate how efficiently this was done. Opening it up for any comments or questions from the board. Yeah, Supervisor Pyska.
I just want to thank you for getting this work done so quickly and so efficiently. I know it means so much to our businesses, and I've had those conversations too. It was like all year hanging on by their fingernails, and this was just an amazing boost and of morale to offer that kind of support. I did notice some of the businesses that I checked in with weren't aware of the grant, and so I'm just wondering, is there a master list of businesses in our county that we can really work to make sure that everybody's aware of future programs and future resources that we can just pump out on a continual basis?
Can I address that directly, or is that for, okay. So I didn't want to, so I have a list that the three jurisdictions have provided me based on what businesses have had fictitious name statements and business licenses issued. So I have business names, contact information, direct emails is a harder thing for me to capture. So if if we could build that, that would be excellent. And we can talk about that offline, what we could do to build that. I will say that there was a dog and pony show that we did try to get the word out as much as we possibly could. And I did get some of those comments too about how they wish they would have heard about it. So it is unfortunate that it's not a perfect system yet.
Yeah, I know I saw all kinds of information. So I was surprised when people hadn't heard about it, but you know, if they're not connected with the business associations in their town, you know, it's difficult to have them on a contact list. So I think going forward, you know, we're not out of the woods by far. So I would love to talk to you about building that list so that at least we can get as many people as we can in the loop.
It does make a strong argument for businesses to get in touch with their local business association, because we did, like I said, a dog and pony show, but also you can see from, I think Kelseyville is a great example, the KBA and their strong showing and grant awards.
Yeah, I know. Kelseyville did great with the grants.
Yep.
Any other comments from the board? Yes, Supervisor Scott.
Yes, you know, thank you again for taking on this challenge, knowing that there was going to be such a tight timeline to get this money out to these businesses. My question is, will we be continuing to look at these businesses to see who will be continuing to stay in business and who still just was not able to make it even with this help of the grant?
So the EDC is currently in some strategic planning sessions, and this is definitely at the top of their list in using this grant program to continue relationship with businesses, specifically the grant awardees, but just in general, I think it's opened up a door for us to talk more with businesses all around the county. So yes, that is part of the plan, is to stay in contact with them.
Thank you.
Any other comments from supervisors?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You just, want to congratulate, every recipient of these grants. I know it's not easy to go through that process. They probably have applied for multiple, whether it's a PPP loan or, SBA loan, the EIDL, and probably been denied more than once or twice. So I just want to thank them for working through this process. And ultimately, I want to thank the board and the EDC and everyone who worked on getting this thing rolled out. 79 grants, $1.3 million. That's a great start. As Jessica said, there's a lot more work that needs to be done now, and probably by the end of this year, just to continue supporting our business communities, and we'll continue to do that forever. But just for this COVID-19 situation that we're going through, I appreciate the conversation too about reaching out to that. Folks that are not part of the business community or part of their business organization, whether it's MAMA, Lake County Chamber of Commerce, Kelseyville Business, just, to encourage businesses to always be involved in the community in those organizations. But I think there's one other, excuse me, one other organization too, our advisory committees, the Middletown Area Town Hall, the Worth and the Earth, those is just another thing I think we should add in there as we're building the capacity, because some folks, business owners, just attend those and aren't part of the business association. But just what an excellent thing. I know I've seen the letters that have come in to our board here and in the appreciation, but ultimately it was just really gratifying to see our administration staff, Carol Hutchinson and everyone else, Matthew, everyone that came up with the idea, we got to get this back into the community, and including Supervisor Sabatier and Supervisor Brown, who are on this committee. Just a good decision. Ultimately, we all wanted to be able to provide more, and maybe that will happen with the new administration. Maybe something will come down. We're constantly looking at those ideas, but just want to thank everybody and congratulate the folks who went through the process. Just one other thing too, I know that it isn't part of this program, but I do just want to say that I know that there is a new round of PPP loans out there for folks, and they need to be, if you're a business owner, if you got one before, I think the second round applications are available through some of your banking partners, and just don't miss out on anything. So I just want to make that announcement also that have just rolled out in the last couple of weeks for our businesses that we know are struggling, and we'll continue to try and support them. So thank you, everyone, and great work.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, Supervisor Simon, you're absolutely right. They're laying out the PPP loans a second round as of now. And so especially if you received one already. So if you've already received one, please get to the bank that you've received one with and ensure you get your second round filled out. And I just want to also thank you, Nicole, for giving this presentation. Supervisor Sabatier and Supervisor Brown, thank you for putting this, this effort forward and getting us the help we need, or small businesses the help we need. It's unfortunate a lot of businesses didn't benefit from the PPP loan process and EIDL process. So this was kind of like a breath of fresh air to have for some of these businesses who probably had no other chance to make up for any of their revenue losses and their hardships. So again, thank you, and hopefully we can get some more going here in the near future.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Supervisor,
go for it.
Supervisor, I had one more question. And if we go back to the numbers, because we know that our local bars were the hardest hit. I was looking at it. I didn't count it. How many local bars were part of this program? Or
I believe there was 2 that was under the brewery/bar that received the grant, is what I saw.
And that was it for the bar. Okay. All right. Ultimately, I'm glad those 2 applied, got that funding. But, hopefully we can concentrate on that as if there's another opportunity for something like this down the road, that our local bars, they're places for community gatherings. Folks go on a lot of things, but they've been one of the hardest hit also, completely shut down for quite a while. So anyway, just thank you for that information.
Okay, thank you. Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room and see if we have any public comments on this item, please.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Melissa Fulton.
Yes, Melissa.
Yes, I want to congratulate the Board of Supervisors and Nicole, Flora with the EDC. This was a fabulous program, and I appreciate Moke's comments about adding the town councils to our distribution, and we'll be doing that today as far as our Lake County Chamber communications. Anything we can do to help our businesses, we definitely need to continue that effort. So thank you, everyone, for making the money available, working hard to get it out there. It was such a short time frame, and it was phenomenal that Nicole was able to get it out there. And I know she was working late hours to make all of that happen. So great work again by our wonderful people in the County of Lake. And hopefully more and more of our businesses will be able to take advantage of the new funding through the stimulus program. And we'll keep posting as much information as possible on that when we get it. So thank you, everyone. We really appreciate all of your efforts.
The comment. Anyone else in the public wish to make a comment?
Can I just make a comment to Melissa and the other organizations, all our business organizations? I just want to thank the Lake County Chamber of Commerce, Middletown area, the Mama Group, Kelseyville Business. I know that you guys went under a big effort at the very beginning of the shutdowns to kind of gather a base roll of businesses in each district and everything, and I imagine that helped throughout this process too. So I just want to thank you for really way ahead of whenever we even envisioned this program rolling out. Really started to reach out to our community businesses and really put that list together. I know I've seen it early on back in, I think it was April or May. There was a big effort going on by all the, our business community. And I just want to thank you and all of our business organizations in the county for being proactive in that. So you guys need to thank you too for starting out really early on this process. So I just wanted to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Moke.
Good comment, Supervisor. Next, anyone else in the public wish to make a comment?
I followed up with a additional unmute request as well.
Thank you, Jake. Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for final comments. Anyone else have anything left to say? So I will say this, I think this conversation highlights something that don't be a business in a silo. Make sure to reach out to your community, whatever is out there. Maybe it's not possible for you to be a member due to possible membership fees, but at least drop off your contact information. That way you can be a part of the larger conversation that's happening. I think we're trying our best to reach out to everyone. And if we don't have your information, it's hard to reach out to you, and then you have to find the information on your own. I know that I'm going to put a little pressure here on this Flora, but yes, there is the PPP loans out there, and also the small business grant for COVID relief from the state of California. Round 2 is starting as of February 2nd, as of 8 a.m. This is not a first come, first serve, but if you have not gotten your application in, please make sure and submit an application, and Lake EDC is here to help you, to help navigate through the process. If you already did submit an application in round 1, you're automatically placed into round 2. And also know that there is a future small business grant coming up, as the governor's budget set aside, I believe it was $2.3 billion for small business grant. It doesn't have all the specifics yet, but it was for with employees of less than 100. And I believe that one is a first come, first serve. And so we will definitely need to get that information to you as quickly as possible. And I'll make sure to work this week to gather all that and whatever information has been already put out from the governor's economic development task force. So thank you very much, Nicole, Flora, for all your hard work. It was a process to get to where we got, but overall the results were exactly what we were looking for. We all want to do more, and hopefully we can continue to obtain some of these funds to be able to offer these types of grants in order to support our small business, because they are the ones who support us in return to provide the services back to the community. So thank you so much. This was a great effort and a great success.
Thank you, Chair Sabatier. To add to that, if a business is not able to join a business association, there is a lot of information on Facebook. If you follow Lake EDC on Facebook, we post daily about whatever programs. There's a variety of grant programs and free technical assistance that's available to businesses if you just engage. So if nothing else, check there, because we do try to share as much as we possibly can. And one last note, I appreciate again the board's commitment to small business, and I hope that this isn't the last time the county and the EDC work together to continue to serve small business, COVID or not. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to, that was our 10 a.m. item. We are not quite at 11 a.m. for our next timed item. So we're going to go and skip to item 7.2, consideration of update on upcoming sale of tax defaulted properties. Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. In the light of this week's efforts to conduct the rollout for the tax defaulted properties auction, I've also been getting a lot of inquiries, and in the past, we've never really known kind of what's going on with it. So I just wanted to see if we could bring it forward before it happens. Another thing that I had discussed with the tax collector is she said we've never ever really conducted an announcement of the sort, or a report, or an update report, or anything of the such right before the sale or before the event. So this is a new thing we're trying, and just to go ahead and give an update. And so I'm pretty sure that Liz is here to go ahead and conduct that. And so wanted to ensure that we got some sort of update and find out where we're at, because hopefully our goal, I know as a board, we've discussed, is to have as many of these as possible. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and I'll ask if Liz can come forward, or I'll let you to do that.
Ms. Martinez, I see you have your video on and you're unmuted. You can go ahead and present. Good morning.
Morning, can you guys
Yes,
hear
we
me
can
okay?
hear you.
So just to update, so the tax sale is on track. It will begin this Friday.
We've lost your sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. So go ahead, let me start over. So the tax sale is on track, and it will begin this Friday, January 29th at 8 a.m. And it will run through February 2nd with various closing times. So when we started the sale, we started with 143 parcels, and to date, we've had 9 parcels that have redeemed. The owners have until Thursday, January 28th at 5 o'clock to redeem their properties. And we have made our office available, so if somebody wants to redeem their property, you can come into our office to do that. We have a link for the online auction on our website. But potential bidders have until 1 p.m. today to register and submit a deposit in order to participate in the auction. And we also just wanted to inform you that we have had contact from quite a few potential bidders. So we're hoping that it's going to be successful. Do you have any questions?
And originally it was 141 properties that were submitted for the auction, and you said out of those 141, 9 have been redeemed thus far?
So originally it was 143 and 9 have redeemed.
Are there any questions or comments?
We actually offered this group, so we started, sorry about that. So initially we did start with 188. So it's come down to 134 since then.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions from the board?
I just want to thank Supervisor Kendall for bringing us, and Liz for reporting today. Obviously, hopefully, like Supervisor Kendall said, we can get to a couple of sales, at least biannual sales a year, and just continue down this path. So, Liz, thank you very much for the information. And can you let us know one more time if there's a potential bidder, what time they have until today? I think you said 1 o'clock.
That's
today.
correct. So it's 1 o'clock Pacific time is when they have to be able to register and submit their deposit.
Okay, thank you.
And just to add to that, you would go to bid4assets.com, bid4assets.com. And there you would register online, and I believe it's a $5,000 deposit, of which $35 is non-refundable. And you must get that done by 1 p.m. because they have to have that transaction between Bid4Assets and your bank to be able to finalize and say that your deposit has been received. And so that is why there's a deadline for today, so that you are ready to go on the 29th when the auction starts.
And just to clarify, it's $5,000 and then it's plus 35. So it's actually $5,035.
Gotcha. Plus a 35 non-refundable fee. Thank you for that. Any other questions from the board before we open up to the public? Supervisor Pyska.
I just want to thank you for the update, and thank you, Supervisor Crandall, for bringing this and getting everybody's attention on it. This is a big deal. I know that this tax sale is a long time coming, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it all rolls out and what we're left with at the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments before I open it up for the public? Okay, Jake, let's go ahead and open it up for the public to comment or ask questions on this item.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Looks like we have Ms. Colton.
Melissa Fulton, Lake County Chamber of Commerce. We're very glad to see this tax sale come to fruition. It was a champion project of the Lake County Chamber last year, so we were happy to work with everyone on it. And unfortunately, the audio from Liz, at least at my end, was somewhat garbled. So I'm not sure about this, but did you say that it might be possible that more properties would be added on Thursday, or did I not hear that correctly? Thank you.
Just to clarify, I was just mentioning the initial parcels that we had started with and those that had redeemed. So no additional parcels will be added.
All right. Thank you very much.
And I believe the Thursday deadline that Ms. Martinez spoke of was to redeem all the back taxes that prior to the actual auction. You had till Thursday, 5 p.m. Is that correct, Ms. Martinez?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the Zoom room? Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. This is just a presentation, a report. Any further comments or questions? Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, I just want to thank you, Liz, for your due diligence on this and giving us this update and report, and to the tax collector department for getting this done. Really very greatly appreciated.
And I do have a comment, I guess slight question, and it might need to come back as a agenda item. But I know in the contract that we signed with Bid for Assets, we have, I want to say either 30 days or 90 days for any of the properties that didn't sell, because they've already been put on the auction once, and because Bid for Assets already has all their information, we can request that we resubmit those unsold properties back to Bid for Assets for a second one, and then we can even reduce the price to make it more palatable for somebody to want to purchase. Is that something that's being looked into or going to be done, or is that something that needs to be brought back to the board in order to make that kind of decision?
Yeah, so in order to bring them back within those 90 days, we actually would have had to put in that resolution a date. And so the tax collector and I, we actually talked about that, and because we're going to be having the sale in May, we're going to look at those parcels that don't sell and include them in the May sale at a lower price.
Okay, so that is something that is already being looked into and handled. Okay. Palatable for somebody to want.
Correct.
Is that something that? Thank you. I'm hearing a repeat somewhere. I'm not sure where it is. Or is that something that? Any further questions from the board?
No.
All right. Ms. Martinez, thank you very much for the report, and Supervisor Crandall, I do appreciate you bringing this to not just our attention, but the public's attention to make sure that we get the results that we're looking for from these tax sales.
Thank you.
So I have 10:57 a.m. We have an item at 11 a.m. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break if that works for everybody, unless you want it for 10. 5's good? Okay, so let's get back here. Let's do 11:03, and we'll go ahead and continue then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm just going to give it a little bit more time because I know that both Supervisor Crandall and Simon are somewhere nearby. I see we have Director Armis with us, so we look to be ready for our 11 o'clock. Jake, can we make sure that Director Armis has the ability to unmute himself and possibly also turn on his video if needs be?
Yep, I was actually moving towards that right when you started speaking his name.
Perfect, thank you. And I'm not sure if he needs to do some file sharing for the upcoming agenda item.
Yeah, so if he does, he's all set up for all those.
Appreciate it, thank you so much.
Morning, Supervisors. I'm sorry, I missed part of that. Are you waiting for me still?
No, we're waiting for 2 more supervisors. I'm going to give them about 30 seconds, and then since we have a quorum, I'll go ahead and move on and move forward.
Okay, I'm going to have our officer present. So she is Haley Del Fiorentino.
Okay, Jake, if we can make sure that she has all the privileges she needs.
Found her. I'll have her set up.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure, and maybe it's just because we're having a perfect day, but I haven't heard from Ms. Grant. I just want to make sure that she's connected.
She did check in earlier that her audio was up and running.
Hello?
Okay, you are here. Just making sure.
Yes, sir. And as you know, this will be a relatively informal proceeding, but all witnesses will be sworn.
Right.
The burden of proof is on animal control, so they present first.
Appreciate the heads up. Thank you so much, and for the email earlier as well. Okay, so everybody's back. Let's go ahead and reconvene our board meeting. It is 11:05. We're going to start our 6.5 item, which was slated for 11 a.m. Public hearing, appeal of vicious animal abatement case number 223, located at 9003 Fairway, Kelseyville, California, 95451, Diana Peterson. And so I see that we do have a Diana Peterson. And Jake, if we can give her some privileges to unmute and show video. And then also, if anybody wishes to be, maybe witness is not the right word, but to make statements during this public hearing, please raise your hand so that we can go ahead and unmute you and also allow video so we can do a swearing in for all.
So we do have a couple of individuals who are wishing to speak, I believe. They're on their phones. I don't know their numbers or anything like that. So I don't know how we find them.
Looks like we only have one phone at this moment. And I know that, there we go. Okay, thank you very much for showing your video. And we need Haley to pop up as well so that we can make sure she's sworn in. Perfect, thank you. And then I'm looking at Diana Peterson, not sure if she's not here, but since she is on this appeal, I'd like to make sure we get her on the swearing in.
I'm here.
Okay. Is it
and the last one would, I'm sorry, last one would be Jessica.
Is it possible for you to turn on your video, Diana?
I thought it was on. It says record.
So here, the video button will be a little bit to the right of the mute button.
I don't even see a mute button. I had to call in on my work phone because I couldn't figure out how to make sound.
Well, I think as long as we hear you during the swearing in, that we should be good. I'll check in with Ms. Grant.
Okay. If that's acceptable, sir, if it's acceptable to your board.
Yes. Okay. So all those who wish to testify during this public hearing, Johanna, if we can do the swearing in, please.
Okay. With your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let's go ahead and move forward. And Director Armis, the floor is yours.
Okay. I'm going to lead off with Haley. She's going to go over the last incident and a little bit of background which led to this investigation and abatement. We've had overall multiple reports of these dogs being loose, and she'll give a little bit more detail.
Do you solemnly swear that
And if somebody has something in the background running, if we can try to silence that, because I'm hearing double speak. Okay. So Haley, I believe you are starting us off?
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Haley Del Fiorentino. I'm an animal control officer with Lake County Animal Care and Control. Today we're here to speak about the vicious animal abatement order that was issued against Diana Reams Peterson. On December 22nd of last year, 2020, our on-call officer, Jessica Lishman, received a call from the sheriff's office stating that a woman was bitten and attacked by 2 dogs, one being a silver lab named Deuce, the other being a Doberman named Daisy. The officer on call called the witnesses and they stated the dogs had then been contained, so our officer did not respond at that time. When we returned from our Christmas break, or our winter break, excuse me, the call was dispatched to me. On the 28th of December, I went out, contacted the victims. The bite had not broken the skin. She was left with a bruise. The neighbors of the dog bite victim all wished to submit witness statements along with Mr. and Mrs. Jesse Roach. And I do have those. Those were submitted to the board along with the rest of our vicious abatement order. The animals in question have had 8 incidences that have been recorded in our systems, the last of which would be number 223 as our reference case number. It started in 2019 as Deuce and Daisy were reported at large. An NOV had been posted for vicious at large. October of 2019, both dogs had been reported to be chasing a person while they were walking down the road. In November of 2019, both dogs were at large and were willing to chase people as per the RP. In February of 2020, it was reported that both dogs were at large and the RP had to use mace to protect himself against the dogs in his own front yard. In March of 2020, it was reported that both dogs were at large and chasing both cats and people. In June of 2020, it was reported that both dogs were at large, vicious, and attacked an elderly person. The bite report for such has been included in the packet that was provided. He did end up going to the hospital with a wound. One canine, the lab, Deuce, had been impounded to animal control because he was not current on his rabies. He completed a 10-day quarantine and was released back to the owner. In October of 2020, it was reported that both dogs were once again at large. They chased a person up their driveway. And in December, we had the incident that was reported by LCSO as another bite to a person who had been walking down the road. On the 28th, I went and received the witness statements. I then returned to the dog owner's house where she stated that she had been unaware of any incidents that had happened until 2 of her neighbors had come up and talked to her about it. She wasn't even aware that her dogs had been at large. On the 30th of December, we filed the vicious abatement order on Diana Reams Peterson. I returned to her address of 9003 Fairway and had her sign multiple copies of the abatement order. At that point, she was informed of her rights and such. She has then since tried to appeal it.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further testimony from our animal control team?
Go ahead, Jessica.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to note that it was that the dog owner has reported that one of the dogs has since disappeared and or been stolen, and he's no longer on the property, and we don't have a clue where he's at this time.
Right, and that was in our packet of information as well, but I appreciate you mentioning that to make sure we're aware. Any further comment from the animal control team?
Not at this time.
All right, thank you very much for your reports. And so now, Ms. Peterson, the floor is yours for your testimony.
The only thing I've got to say is that Deuce isn't here and Daisy's not mean. I mean, this is terrible. I get it, that it's terrible. But I just, she's not, I mean, she's just not a bad dog. That's all I've got. I just don't think she deserves to be classified as one.
Okay, and is that it?
That's it.
Okay. So now I'm going to open it up for any others who wish to testify for this public hearing. I saw a few people with their hands up during the swearing in. So let's start with you, Claire. If you can provide your full name, please. We're going to need you to unmute. Oh, I remuted you right away, and I'm so sorry.
Claire Stange. I live a couple blocks away from Diana, and I walk almost every morning pending weather. I have, her dogs had chased me up the street when I was walking one morning, and the pincer was the one that was more aggressive, but the female dog was chasing right behind him at me too. Because these dogs have frightened me before, because they're not always under control. When they did chase me, they were coming out of a different side street, Winton. We live on Fairway. So they weren't anywhere near her home. They were out and about. And since that, I do carry Mace with me now because I'm terrified of both her dogs, not just the big one.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you very much. And then I believe I saw a hand for Daniel Murdoch. Are you able to unmute? There you go.
Yes.
If you could turn on the sound of
the complaint. I'm the gentleman who was bitten by Duce on June 1st, 2020. In that event, the Doberman was the dog who initially broke away from the two little girls and led the charge and turned off at the last minute. And the dog that actually bit me and sent me to the hospital for stitches was Duce, but both dogs are very dangerous.
Mr. Murdoch,
it's a neighborhood problem that we need some protection from. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. Any other testimony? I don't recognize anyone else who had their hands up. I believe everyone has spoken, but just want to give everyone the chance to speak. If they wish to make a comment, please raise your hand. If you were not sworn in, we can go ahead and go through that as well. Jake, if you can open up the Zoom room and make sure that that we offer that.
All right, I've sent a unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please speak out.
Good morning. This is Jesse Roach,
Okay.
9040 Fairway.
Were you sworn in, Mr. Roach?
I heard the swearing in, and I did swear in, but we were muted. You couldn't hear us.
Okay. Ms. Grant, should we redo that, or are we good?
I think the gentleman's indicated that he did make the oath, and if it satisfies your board, that's sufficient.
No, I think given the technology, I'm satisfied with that looking at the rest of the board. Okay, looks like we have a consensus. Mr. Roach, the floor is yours.
Yes, I've had some experiences personally with both dogs. I've seen them out roaming on more than 3 occasions. They act like a pack, and the Doberman is aggressive, and the big gray does the attacking. But they will act aggressively at coming up, lowering their shoulders, and charging at you. And unless you posture yourself in a way that you look big, those dogs are going to attack. And that's the only way, in one occasion, I was able to prevent it. My wife, much smaller person, on the day that was attacked, the Doberman, I believe, was on one side. And
both dogs attacked. One
right,
in front and one in the back.
one is in the front, and then that big gray comes up and attacks her from behind and bites her and drags her. So I don't believe that Doberman is at all non-aggressive. That's a very aggressive dog as well. we would like to enjoy our property we have there, and with those two dogs there, we're not comfortable at all.
And we're seniors.
That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Can I say something?
Have you, no, Ms. Peterson, we'll come back to you. Let's go ahead and finish the public testimonies first.
All right.
So Jake, again, if we can poll the room and see if there's anyone else with a comment.
Yes, I've sent another unmute request out to the Zoom room floor.
Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead. And Ms. Peterson, you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, I just didn't realize that it was actually that bad. I'm sorry, and you can go ahead and do whatever. I didn't know that she was, I guess I don't know much. Yeah, you can classify her whatever you want. It's fine. It sounds like it needs to be.
Okay. Thank you. And just going back to our animal control team, any final comments before we deliberate as a board?
None.
Oh, thank you.
I do have a question for Director Armis. Are there options of what to do other than go ahead and move forward and deny the appeal? Are there options to look at ways to rectify this other than just a denial of appeal or approval of appeal?
So typically with a vicious abatement, when we issue one, there are regulations for keeping a certain specific type of kennel. We typically require like concrete flooring, fencing that's screwed down into it, the like. You know, there are other ways to contain a dog, but when they can act viciously, they don't always work, and there could always be concern that they do get loose. I have no problem working with the individual to try and maintain that, and working to keep the animal contained. I mean, that would be the greatest consideration. We're not asking for any type of euthanasia or anything like that, just a set system to make sure that they do not get loose again.
I actually already have the fence with the concrete floor and everything. I had it put in just because it sounds like that's what they need. So I'm not overly worried about it. What I was worried, I didn't want her classified as that because I want to get rid of her. And that's going to make it a lot harder.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just as a point of information, I'm sure you already know that on the second page of the abatement order are all the conditions I believe that animal control has already imposed, 1 through 9. And certainly in regard to your board's action today, you can simply, you can modify the abatement order if you wish. That can be your decision. You can modify, sustain, or overrule the abatement order. So if you had something that you wanted to add or change, your board could do it at this time.
I appreciate that, Ms. Grant. And I did email Director Armis about those requirements from the owner of the animal. And if Mr. Armis, if you can go ahead and let the board know and the public know what of those 9 things were done to try and rectify the problem.
So I don't know all the actions she has taken. Generally, when we have an appeal to a vicious abatement, it's a stay on the appeal or a stay on the order until it's either sustained or, you know, if there's modifications or anything of that type. It sounds like she does have the kennel. We typically require some type of insurance on the animal. Through homeowners insurance. There are requirements as far as how you transport the animal and where they can and can't go. So I don't know everything that she has done at this point. I haven't received any copies of the insurance and the like.
I actually sent a copy of the insurance. I have it all done. And I sent it with my appeal. So I don't know. I think you guys should have gotten it.
Okay. Any further comments before we deliberate as a board? Final chance for comments? Okay, let's bring it back to the board for deliberation. Anyone have a comment or question? Supervisor Scott.
I do have a question. Now that Ms. Peterson has made the comment that she's looking to get rid of the dog, what do we have in place to make sure that this dog doesn't end up in another neighborhood wreaking havoc?
So the thing that I'm a bad dog owner.
Hold on, Ms.
obviously.
Peterson. Ms.
Oh.
Peterson, I'm going to ask
Yeah.
Animal Control to answer that question, as I feel that was directed towards Animal Control.
Okay, sorry.
So typically what we do in our department is if Diana wants to relocate the animal, the abatement would follow the animal if it resides within Lake County. If it goes outside of county, we usually contact that county and inform them. They may have ordinances that prevent the animal from going there or to follow certain abatement rules there. So if an animal is deemed vicious, it would typically follow. So for example, one of the requirements is that the animal that's missing, we are required to get informed if that animal returns or if its whereabouts are known. And the same thing would happen with the known one if it were to relocate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, Tina, I appreciate that question because that was a concern of mine also. I think that, well, for me, the information that's been provided, I think it would, at least for myself, these do sound like a couple of vicious dogs. I am concerned that I'm not sure on the timing when the dog named Deuce disappeared. Was it after the potential of these things? What was the exact date? I do have concern that we may have already had one dog that's relocated. I don't know that. It says I'm not sure who could steal a vicious dog, but it just makes me concerned that it is saying that this dog potentially could be relocated, and I think from my point of view, it should be deemed as a vicious dog, so it won't go into another community or a household where something could happen. So anyway, if I get the date on that with the dog, I know it was in the information, but.
So I was
Hold on, Ms. Peterson. Ms.
I'm talking with Animal Control.
Yeah, we're going to let Animal Control respond to that.
So when I originally went out and spoke to Ms. Peterson on the 28th of December, she stated that her and her family had left the area to go and visit someone for the holiday. She said that she had someone coming to care for the dog. They were there on the 24th. They cared for the dog, saw the dog on the 25th. They just came and fed the dog. They didn't see the dog, but they were in a hurry is what she was telling me. And then on the 26th, when Ms. Peterson and her family returned home, the dog was gone. She had stated that they had taken Daisy with them on their trip, but had left Deuce at home in case he needed to be placed on another bite quarantine due to the incident that happened on the 22nd.
Okay.
Thank you. So I have a question for our Animal Control team. It's not that I'm not so concerned about the animals as I am concerned about Ms. Peterson as an owner of animals. This has been going on since 2019. You gave us a laundry list of complaints. On some of the complaints, it says that you made contact with Ms. Peterson, yet we have her leaving these same animals by themselves, unregulated, only to come back to find them not in their yard, and then to have her testify today that she had no idea that it was this bad. So you've made contact with her. She knows her dogs are out. That's where my concern is how that one dog that seems to be missing is a very huge concern of mine. Why it's missing when the knowledge of the issue is obviously prevalent. And will it come back? And if we do nothing today, then we just allow this to continue. I appreciate the fact that Ms. Peterson is attempting to rectify it, but I feel like it's how many times do we need to deal with something like this before action is taken? And I appreciate the hard work from Animal Control, but at the same time, there's been multiple bites. And I'm happy and sadly to say for those that have had the negative experience that children have not been involved in that scenario. But still, anybody having to deal with their own community of just walking leisurely and peacefully should be able to do so in comfort. And that is not the case. And I don't believe that with the continuous activity that we've seen, even with animal control getting involved, that is going to get rectified, because I don't see, there was obviously not enough pressure to make change before, and now here we are at the final straw, and now we want change that change is happening. So I'm not sure. I'm very concerned about just the future of any dogs on that property at this moment in time.
So we cannot prevent Diana from owning animals, and animals are considered personal property. If a judge ordered, for example, that there was some type of crime or something, they could prevent her from owning. But there's nothing that I am aware of where I can, as animal control, to stop that at this time. The previous incidences were over a span of a long time. You know, having a bite, it's a tough decision. Doing a vicious abatement is our nuclear option. That's the last thing. That's, that stays with the animal for life. Oftentimes it's a death sentence, or it is one where the animal stays in a kennel the rest of its life. So it's an action that we try and take. We try other opportunities to correct an action first before we hit this. And so multiple officers potentially responding to a call may not know that there were incidences 3 months prior, 2 months prior, even though we have record of it. We oftentimes don't get a chance to look at those calls when we're already out responding. So there's no way that I'm aware of to stop Diana from owning an animal. We can, potentially put a vicious abatement on the animal so that we can prevent it from roaming free again. And that's really where we're at, I suppose.
And in the comments or in the documents that you submitted to us, there was no microchip, there was no license for the dogs up until a certain point, correct? And
correct.
So I'm hopeful that maybe we can, I don't know if there's a way possible, but to be more alert of those who are not taking the responsibility very seriously and making sure that if there is a future animal, that they definitely follow the rules that we have set in place, or else we're just allowing for the same thing to possibly happen again. And I get that we can't stop people from doing so, but we can make sure that people are responsible in the way that they do it.
Certainly.
Supervisor Paiska.
So it's really unfortunate that we had to have another bite happen, and I do appreciate the neighbors that have come on today to give their testimony and to share with Diana their experiences so that she has an understanding. She did mention that she's interested in getting rid of these animals. Is there a way that animal control can help facilitate that, get them in a place that is safe for them and safe for the community, so that we don't lose track of these animals?
It's a really tough road, really hard to find a facility or a place that will take an animal that has a vicious abatement specifically. Many counties, jurisdictions don't want such an animal in their area. So we can attempt to help, but it's very tough.
It's tough, but if we're not involved, then we're potentially putting more people at risk.
Any further comments or questions?
Yes, I have one.
Supervisor Crandall.
It states that Deuce is no longer here, and I've heard that. Where is Deuce?
We don't know, and when we've asked Diana, she says the same. He was lost sometime while she was away from home. This isn't the first time we've encountered such a thing on a vicious abatement, where an animal has, by the time we've been able to locate the animal, it's gone.
What happens if it reappears, Jonathan? Is there, what do we do then?
So Diana has 10 days to notify us. I believe it's 10 days. Generally for relocation, it would be 10 days. And at that point, the abatement, if the abatement holds, then the animal would be required to follow those same rules. As long as she has the current kennel and everything for the animal could, presumably stay there as we inspect it, or the animal would stay with us until that point that she can.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Grant.
I would just note that your board can certainly inquire of Ms. Peterson, who's under oath, if she has any further information about the location of the other dog.
Appreciate the comment. And Ms. Peterson, I think that Supervisor Crandall's question is a good one. If you can have a response of where is Deuce at this moment in time?
I have no idea where Deuce is. I wasn't in town when he came up missing. I know it looks ghetto. I don't know where the dog is. I mean, if I did, I've even been looking for him. So I don't know what to say.
Okay. I'll just let the rest of the board know what I'm feeling, and of course see how that feels for everyone. I think that Deuce obviously needs to be branded as a vicious dog. I think that there's no choice on that one. I'm willing to offer maybe a minimal timeline, maybe 10 days, whatever is legally allowed for us, because it has to be reasonable for what the timeline is, so that Ms. Peterson must meet all the demands within that abatement order that was listed. And if within that time it is not done, then I would say that Daisy needs to be also placed as a vicious dog as well. Just to give the chance to try and get to that point, but it's already very borderline too late in my opinion, but I'd love to give a chance for the one dog that does seem to possibly be aggressive, but also no one has necessarily been witness to an actual bite at this moment in time. And so with the things that have been listed on the abatement order, it would definitely put a hold on that happening in the future. But if it happens one more time, or if she doesn't meet the 10-day or whatever day deadline to meet the abatement order, that automatically that dog needs to be placed on a vicious dog order. That's kind of my opinion on where we are and how it could be rectified. Supervisor Pyska?
Could Daisy be brought in for an evaluation?
Certainly we could get an evaluation on the animal from a third party. I know people have done that in the past. If that would help your board, we can definitely schedule something like that and reconvene.
I think I let my position know at this point. I think Animal Control has done what they, the steps. I think we have 8 reports of different instances that have happened with both of these animals. They seem to both have the pack mentality. And my thoughts are that we move forward with the vicious abatement with both animals at this time.
Appreciate your comments. Supervisor Scott?
I would have to agree with Supervisor Simon. This is not an easy decision to do this, as I'm a dog owner myself. But I think we have to do what is best for our community, keeping them safe.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor. So I was teetering already, and I agree. I think that we need to make sure our communities are safe, and this has been happening for at least 1.5 years, if not longer. And I think it's time to bring back a little bit more peace and quiet in that neighborhood. And and just make it right. Okay. Any further conversation or deliberation before we make a final decision on the appeal? Okay, looking for action then.
I was looking for, all right, give me one second.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Yeah.
if you want to support the abatement order, then you simply make a motion to sustain the abatement order and deny the appeal.
Mr. Chair, I will move to sustain the abatement order.
And deny the appeal?
Yes, and deny the appeal. I apologize.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Johanna, if we can get a roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. And that closes our public hearing. And we will be moving on to item 7.3. Sitting as the Lake County Air Quality Management District Board of Directors, request reappointment of Nancy Perrin, hopefully I said their last name correctly, to the LCAQMD Hearing Board pursuant to Health and Safety Code. And I see that Director Gerhardt is with us.
Good morning. I'll keep this fairly quick. This is a pretty routine thing. We have a hearing board for the Lake County Air Quality Management District. It's a quasi-judicial board, which hears variance appeals and a few other things. And in recent years, we have not had a hearing. It's probably been 5 to 6 years that since we've had our last hearing. Typically, it's been geothermal related, but due to changes in their technology, they haven't needed them recently. So we are required by law to have a hearing board, and having people that have experience is important. And Nancy Perrin's been with us for many years now. 12 years with the hearing board total, and has lots of experience and has been through some hearings, and we can rely on her as to participate whenever we need her. So we're requesting that you continue her and reappoint her for another 3-year term.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. Any comments or questions from the board? Okay, Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room. And if anyone has any public comment for this item, please speak up.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for action. Looking to approve the reappointment of Nancy Perrin.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the reappointment of Nancy Perrin.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott, Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Director Gerhardt.
Thank you.
And moving on to item 7.4, consideration of first quarter report from Economic Development Task Force. Ms. Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, our 2 supervisors that have led the task force are going to join forces to give you the presentation today. We're happy to be here reporting out on the first quarter of the Economic Development Task Force's work.
Thank you. Supervisor Chair Sabatier, I'll go ahead and start with the beginning of this report, and then I'm going to hand it off to Supervisor Crandall. And, a little bit of history, we developed this board. We as a board developed our Economic Development Task Force in August. I know a lot has gone on in 2020. In early 2020, we had some initial hearings at the Lower Lake Community Center in Lower Lake, where we met with all staff to talk about, how we get to yes from the county, how we streamline our processes and other things. So we followed up last spring and into the summer with our department heads to kind of go over things. And at the culmination of that, in August, we appointed our Economic Development Task Force with myself and Supervisor Crandall as the board members. Also appointed were the assessor recorder, representatives from community development, public works, and water resources, and administration of special districts. That way we just have not only just the revenue generating departments, but other departments that are critical to economic development here throughout the county. In these discussions, considering economic development now and forever with the pandemic, as it is just ravaging our businesses and families, Lake County really needs to just step up and continue moving on with our Vision 2028. In our Vision 2028, we really kind of gave some lofty goals, and I'll go ahead and read one of those. Consider and promote the well-being and economic resilience of Lake County residents. Maintain a transparent county government that is responsive, efficient, and effective and fair. And grow our economy and spur creation of quality local jobs by focused economic development. Foster a business-friendly environment and pursue funding to strengthen our communities. And I know these are some lofty goals and a lot of words, but what the Economic Development Task Force would like to do is really turn a lot of these ideas into reality. We as the Economic Development Task Force have been really jumping into our meetings, and really moving forward with the idea of economic development and what that means for our county and the perspective, and agreed that in order to achieve these outcomes for our communities, it is on us to identify and address our own barriers as a county and as well as opportunities to these priorities. And what we'd like to do, and we talked about this early on in our discussions about how do we get to yes, how do we become a friendly environment at the county level for our constituents and our business owners who are trying to come in and really help develop economic development as a whole in our county. Our first meeting on October 8th of the Economic Development Task Force was a very informative one. And when we looked at things in our first discussions, we decided as a group to work, and which was great that everybody had the same attitude. How do we get to yes, and how do we simplify and our processes here is at the county level? I really think our new focus to start with is at the county level. So in a place where department heads could speak plainly, where the task force was here to be educated, because as board members, we all want things to be done, but we need to be educated by our department heads on how these installations or new programs can be implemented. And so we've been talking through those, and it's a big time education process. And I'm going to go through a list of, priorities that we've kind of come up with in the first quarter. The first quarter priorities that we've come up with the Economic Development Task Force, we think are ideas to move forward on as a whole, as a county, and with the support of the board are, number one, electronic payments, overview of property tax and optimization, cannabis impacts for revenue, economic development, and landscape, one of the newest economic development opportunities in the county, infrastructure and growth and capacity, and streamlining permitting, developing a unified development ordinance. And some of these ideas have come from the collaboration of our department heads and the individuals, their supervisors or higher ups that are in each department to kind of give us ideas on how things have worked in other counties or opportunities we need to be focusing on as a board and as an economic development task force. What we'd like to do is determine topics at the beginning of each quarter, and we'll provide this to the board on a quarterly basis and report out to include recommendations and further discussions of the task force. And then identify situations where we can help support moving these projects forward. The first one that we'd like to really start out with the first quarter, at least one of the ideas on that list is, and it's been talked about for years, is the countywide acceptance of electronic payments as their first item of discussion. Electronic payments have been talked about since I've been on the board, and I know that there's been some questions. Well, how is that economic development? Well, that's economic development from our consideration of having money flowing into the county and into the coffers to continue moving forward. We heard it even earlier today. Well, in a meeting I was in yesterday, actually, days run together, but in our risk reduction authority about the Lake County air quality, being able to do online burn permits for pre-prescribed burn permits or other things. And, it's still a barrier that we need to get through. And so we have a recommendation from our board to really help move this project forward. We couldn't do this without the discussion and really the education from our auditor controller and our treasurer tax collector, who are the key financial officers, and they shared comprehensive presentation to our board and a potential opportunity for implementation of this project. And our recommendation to this board, to hopefully for consideration, a recommendation of the implementation team to consist of a representative of the auditor controller, treasurer tax collector, and IT, administration, community development, and special districts. The implementation of the team will work to identify all inputs and variables necessary to create and issue an RFP to hire a vendor to fulfill the goal of implementation within the 2021 calendar year. The team will report out regularly, the Economic Development Task Force, to ensure they have adequate resources to accomplish the goal of implementing this one project. And hopefully today we'll follow up with the action and direct staff as a board to move forward with the implementation team. There are quite a few projects, obviously, that we are looking to bring, and I know Supervisor Crandall's going to carry on more, but this is just the beginning of our opportunities. We've talked about the long-term transformation of this thing opening up into a larger community scale with the Economic Development Task Force, as we're invited to the table to meet with the team. And right now, what we're looking to do is really look to solidify our processes at the county level to make it easier for individuals coming in. We talked a little bit about it today, about the economic, equality program that we did for cannabis, on how to work through that process, but really looking at our own processes. We really believe this is a good first step of the first quarter of 2021, but we understand opening this up in the long run here to other folks come to the table is very important, and our community economic development members. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and stop with that part of the presentation and turn it over to Supervisor Crandall.
Thank you, Supervisor Simon. And with that being said, I'll move forward. And our second topic was infrastructure growth and capacity. And so we were fortunate to meet with Special District Administrator Jan Coppinger, who presented to the task force right before her retirement at the end of November. Primary topic was the Full Circle project dating back about 10 years. Jan's deep knowledge and insights were invaluable to our discussion. Scott Harder now succeeded her in November, and we are glad to have his expertise on the task now as well. This huge topic, as we all know, it's a very broad and encompassing subject. Struggles with capacity in Kelseyville, with water companies and pricing, which has also been a key issue in my district. Aging or insufficient infrastructures, as well as looking to how we might implement renewable energy systems. Limited systems, capacity hampers, new homes being built, septic and water systems in the Rivieras, and that's a huge topic. And so with that, our recommendation is for special districts will explore planning grant funding opportunities and analyze all aspects of initiating this long-term significant infrastructure project, including all phases of engineering, capital funding, and construction feasibility analysis and service fee studies. So we're hoping that this action takes place, and the Economic Development Task Force will provide a mid-year summary Q2 to include recommendations if indicated. We also met to have an overview of cannabis revenue. Tax Administrator Patrick Sullivan presented an overview of cannabis revenue the county is accruing from Measure C, the marijuana business tax. Our discussion included capacity concerns for code enforcement, hiring for the newly formed cannabis department, diversification of our economic development landscape, Because of the demand to conduct regular permitting and the common functionality of the community development and code enforcement departments, cannabis projects are hindering these business as usual tasks in due diligence. We will continue this discussion in the second quarter and report out any findings or recommendations in our mid-year report. Last but not least, streamlining permitting and the benefits of adopting a unified development ordinance. Community development shared a SWOT-type presentation on permitting challenges within the current Acela permitting system, as well as the need to move from paper to electronic records. Suggestions and recommendations for streamlining records and permitting, and a comprehensive overview of the benefits of adopting the Unified Development Ordinance to address the need for much overdue comprehensive ordinance review. So our recommendation, after conferring with the Lake County Planning Commission, Community Development will explore planning grant opportunities to hire a consultant to transition Chapter 21 zoning ordinance to a Unified Development Ordinance, as well as complete a comprehensive update to the general plan. Typically, these activities are completed simultaneously as the general plan informs the zoning ordinance. The Economic Development Task Force will schedule a presentation with OpenGov software to understand and compare capabilities with current Acela system. IT Director will be the invited guests. The Economic Development Task Force will revisit the recommendation to create a UDO updates to general plan. And that action will consist of the Economic Development Task Force, who will provide a mid-summary Q2 to include recommendations, estimated costs, and time frame, if indicated. And so these are the second part of our discussions and reports of what we've conducted in the Economic Development Task Force. And I've been honored to be a part of this, and I look forward to establishing these goals and moving forward.
I do just want to make a comment also too. I know that I appreciate from Chair Sabatier and also working with Carol on this that we will be making a change. I appreciate Supervisor Crandall, us being able to make this first quarter report in 2021 about our potential projects that we have moving forward. I also want to thank everybody else on the Economic Development Task Force and Michelle Scully, who's really keeping us on task to continue this thing moving forward. I think a lot of them are on there today. But we really want to get some, deliverables. And we believe that the projects we're talking about today are something that can be realized, this year and begin those conversations as a complete board and with all the task force being involved. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody involved in that. Opening it up for comments or questions, Supervisor Pyska.
I was just wondering if we could go through, if we could comment on each segment separately, because I have a lot of questions and I don't want them to get buried. So we could do that if you don't mind.
Okay, if everyone else is fine with that, let's go ahead and start with the first one, which is the electronic payments. And hold on, before that, Supervisor Scott, did you have a general comment or is it specific about each one?
Mine was a general comment.
Okay, let's go ahead with your general comment before we go ahead and go specific.
I just want to thank this task force for bringing this to us, this quarter report. It is amazing to see how far we've come in the last 4 years. I know when I stepped in the seat 4 years ago, Supervisor Simon and I went to a meeting and we were asked, what was your county's plan? And we looked at each other and had no idea what our plan was. So I really have to say, this is the work of our CAO, Ms. Hutchinson, getting us on track, making a plan, even though we know that we may get derailed with emergencies and such. But just again, this is how we're going to move Lake County forward. We need to have a plan. We need to have these things in place. And I'm just really excited that we are going this direction. And again, thank you, Ms. Hutchinson, for getting us on this track.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor. So Supervisor Pyska, back to you. Let's go ahead and start with electronic payments. And what are your comments on that?
I don't have a lot of comments on this other than I'm really grateful that that you made it a priority. It's been addressed, and you also have an implementation plan to and a goal set to have that in place by the end of this year. So I applaud that effort, and I really look forward to watching the collaboration on that rolling out.
Okay. Any other comments on the electronic payments from board members? So I will say that I was part of the city council for the city of Clear Lake when we implemented credit card payments. Some of you who run businesses are more aware than others that credit cards are a little surprising sometimes what the percentage interest is on each payment. So if you pay $500, it might be 1.2%. You pay $1,000, it might be 3.2%. You pay $2,000, it drops back down to 2.1. It's not a constant number typically across the board. So it's definitely one of those that if we don't carefully prepare for what we are going to receive from folks who are making payments, that we may start running at a loss versus just having it be paid throughout. So I think it's definitely not a simple, let's just make it happen. I think it's simple to set up the infrastructure with the bank. It's not as simple to set it up within internal departments to make sure that everything is going to function properly. It did take some time for the city to get it going, but it has been available since then. It has never been retracted. Just to provide a little further information, just for those who will be involved in the further conversation. I know that I believe anything under, I think it was under $10,000, it was either a flat rate, and then afterwards the rate went up above that, just to make sure that everything, again, all the interest was taken care of from the customer side or applicant side versus the county now having to flip the rest of the bill, which I don't know. It's one of those gray areas, but if we're paying for an applicant's total cost of their application, is that a gift of public funds that we get ourselves in that kind of situation? So it's definitely not a simple process, but I think it's not a process, in my opinion, that's gonna create economic development, but I think it's a situation that provides better comfort and better ease of access for those that are dealing with the county when submitting applications and having to make payments. That's the same thing we would find inside our businesses, that if all you have is plastic, it's nice when some people take plastic versus cash only. So I think it's a good step. It's not going to be a huge boost for economic development, but it will make it easier to move forward with. So those are my comments on that. And if there's no further comment, Supervisor Scott?
I do have a question. I know one of the issues that we also have is with check deposits. Is this electronic payment process going to put us in the direction that maybe we can start electronically depositing checks? Because I know that's one of the big issues that we have is we hold on to checks way too long and they're put into too many people's hands. Could that be incorporated into this plan?
So if I can respond to that, I know that the majority of our check depositing issues are stemming from our tax collector's office, and they already have credit card payments. So I don't think it would make a huge difference since they already offer the credit card payments for property taxes. Now, if there's other check issues in other departments that don't have that option, then it has the possibility to help.
I think ultimately today from the Economic Development Task Force, we're bringing it to the board as this is a priority. As we said, we will work with the individuals appointed, the RFP, and make sure that we're addressing all of the issues that are coming up. And, you know, it's still in the process. This is going to be the beginning step. This is one of the priorities, and we'll continue to work through this. And I know we will take into consideration everything being discussed today.
Okay. If there's no further comments, what I'm going to do, since we're going item by item, I'm also going to open it up to the public to speak on each one of those topics. Rather than making the public wait till the end. So let's go ahead, Jake, and open up the Zoom room for anyone who wishes to speak up on the current topic, which is electronic payments.
All right, I've sent a unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, looks like we have no comments on that, and I know that this topic will put a hopefully a short-term, not long-term burden on our auditor controller's office, as they will have to be heavily involved in the implementation of this. So thank you to that department for taking this on, and we'll see where we are at the end of the calendar year. Next topic is infrastructure growth and capacity. Any comments or questions about that topic item? Yes, Supervisor Pyska.
So I didn't mention on the last topic, but I appreciate this being framed through the lens of barriers and opportunities. I think that's a great way to start. And I think that's with electronic payments, it's lifting the barriers so that we can have more growth. The infrastructure, specifically the Full Circle project, is really important for District 5. We're coming up on some capacity issues. So if we want to be able to grow in a way that makes sense, we're going to need this large infrastructure improvement made. It's the cost of this has grown significantly since the year 2000. And if we wait any longer, it's going to grow maybe double, triple, even more. So this is something that we really need to act on. I know this is another issue that involves the lake and the health of the lake. The Blue Ribbon Committee's talked about, ways to reduce the nitrogen that ends up in the lake, and getting those septic systems off the lake is a big priority. There's water consolidation projects that are being explored in Konocti Bay, consolidating several of the smaller water systems. So I'd really like to see the Full Circle project work in conjunction with the consolidation of those projects, so that we only have to do that infrastructure one time, only dig up the streets one time. So I'd like to see those work together in concert. I also got an email from somebody I would like to read, a constituent in that area. So, my name is Jose Mazzetti. Since 1967, I've had a residence. I've been a resident, and my family has owned Bella Lago Mobile Home Park on 8940 to 8949 Soda Bay Road in Kelseyville. On behalf of Bella Lago Mobile Home Park, we'd like to offer our full support on Special District's recommendation to explore planning, grant funding opportunities, and analyze all aspects of initiating the long-term infrastructure project known as Full Circle Project, including all phases of engineering, capital funding, and construction feasibility analysis and service fees due. Please pick up where Jan Coppinger left off and complete the Full Circle Project from State Park, Soda Bay, Horseshoe Bay, Buckingham, Konocti Harbor, Konocti Bay, Bayless Cove, and all the way to Sunshine Shores. All of these lakefront properties, leach fields, are leaching into our lake. Please, the time has come for this to stop. So that's again from Jose Mazzetti. So those are my thoughts. I can't tell you how much I want some momentum behind the Full Circle, so I'm 100% behind that one.
Thank you very much for those comments. Any other comments from supervisors? I have a question about this. The Full Circle project has been in the works for a long time, and there was obviously an initial purpose behind it, which was to work with Calpine in order to get them some, for lack of a better term, fuel to create steam. And if we continue on the path for the Full Circle project, are we working, is the idea to work hand in hand with Calpine, where they would be able to be a partner in the project versus us using public funds to help support Calpine with their project? Because I see it as a very expensive endeavor compared to maybe connecting it to the sewer pond over in Kelseyville, versus making it really be a part of the Full Circle. And I'd hate to really push on finishing a project where we spend more and not benefit as much. And I'd like to know what that relationship is with Calpine as we move forward, if there's going to be an expansion of that.
So I had a conversation with Scott Harder last week about this, and he's here. He can talk about it more, but this would give us connecting the full circle from the south part of the county into Kelseyville area has a lot more opportunities for changing and growing in different ways, and he can explain that more.
Yes, thank you, Chair Sabatier. To answer your question, I envision that there would be a partnership with Calpine and NCPA up there on the hill. We have quarterly SAGEP meetings, which is the Southeast Geysers Effluent Pipeline meeting, and we just had one last week or the week prior. They still have a need for increased water. There are times during the summer when they're pulling water out of the lake to supplement what we are able to send as far as treated effluent to them. So I envision that moving forward, there would be a partnership with those two entities up there on the hill.
I appreciate that. I think that's an important part, and I figured as much, but I wanted to make sure and ask. Any further questions or comments on this subject, Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, Scott, could you just explain the difference between going, connecting the loop from the north part of the lake down to the south over, and how there would be a possibility to create a sewage plant or water treatment plant if we decided to go that route sometime in the future? It would be easier from the south?
Sure. So the Full Circle Pipeline, when originally conceived back in 2000 as a supplement to the Basin 2000 project, envisioned a effluent pipeline leading from the south end of Lakeport, the city of Lakeport, where their wastewater treatment plant is, through the community of Kelseyville, and then tying into the existing pipeline that goes down to Middletown in the community of Lower Lake. Another option which has been kind of looked at would take and start that pipeline, that effluent pipeline in the community of Kelseyville, head northwest, catch the city of Lakeport's wastewater treatment plant, and then tie into the existing pipeline at the point where it is at our northwest treatment plant out in North Lakeport. The drawback to doing that, though, is then we don't provide that effluent pipeline past the communities down by the Rivieras. So there would be no future opportunity if there was public sewer developed in those communities to discharge into the pipeline heading to the geysers. If a southern route was taken, then the opportunity in the future to tie those public sewer systems into that disposal route would be there because the pipeline would be going by those communities.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, you know, and I just ultimately too, we want to always be looking back and learning from, you know, the history and everything. With the ultimate devastating fires we've had in the past, you know, we also want to look at it too from a long-term infrastructure opportunity that, you know, in those areas, if we did ever have an incident like we had at the Valley Fire, we had a community that, you know, Anderson Springs, that was unable to rebuild without the opportunity of having, you know, that sewer infrastructure put in. So knock on wood, nothing ever happens, but we don't ever want to be in a situation where with the Full Circle project's not happening, there is, you know, a disaster that, you know, is devastating to that area. And then we were unable to rebuild those beautiful communities over there. So, you know, for long-term infrastructure needs of our county, I think we just continue moving down this path. We feel like it's a, you know, a great opportunity for not only jobs, constructions. It is going to be a long-term project, but this is one that will just solidify, you know, Lake County's future for economic development in those areas.
Thank you for your comment. Any further comments before we open this up to the public? I feel like Supervisor Pyska had something to say. All right, Director Harder, thank you very much for being here with us on this item. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public. Jake, please.
All right, I've sent a unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, doesn't sound like we have any public comments. Ms. Hutchinson, did you have something to say on this specific topic, or are you looking to make comments at the end?
I just wanted to say a couple things if you're about to wrap it up about the next quarter, quarter two.
Oh, yeah, let's go ahead and get through these topics, and then I'll make sure to not forget you. Please raise your hand in case I do forget. So let's go ahead and bring it back. Are we done with topic number 2, infrastructure growth and capacity? I'm going to make one final statement. In this report, at the beginning, it talks about A, B, and C, A being efficiencies analysis, B being governing plans. And within the governing plans, it says strategic economic development plan. And I think other than our general plan and of course, updating our area plans, having a strategic economic development plan is probably the single most important thing that we can create in order to really say, what is our vision of the future? And for instance, how does this full circle process fit within this future? Is it going to be placed in the area that we envision growth, that we envision more development versus just continuing things that we have started in the past? And so I think that it will help guide us a whole lot better. And I'm hopeful that that will be one of the future goals for this Economic Development Task Force, and happy to see that it's written on the governing plans as it obviously has been thought about before. If there's no further comment, we'll move on to topic number 3. And topic number 3 is overview of cannabis review or revenue. Any comments from the board on this topic?
You know, I think just from the Economic Development Task Force, this is such a unique opportunity. I think it both ties in with number 3, but also with the streamlining, permitting, and development of unified development ordinance to kind of tie together on how we're going to do that. We did a great job, I think, as a board last year. Or this, right at the end of with our budget, creating the cannabis division and how we move forward with helping establish that industry. We are starting to realize those tax dollars and just looking at those streamlining opportunities and other things. I think they all tie together, and it's a unique opportunity. I think we're lucky as a board. I don't know any other boards have had an influx of revenue from a development like this from a new industry, and just want to make sure that we stay focused, at least from the Economic Development Task Force, on how we provide this industry some help to get established here. And I know that this board is focused on that just by some of the decisions it made today on our current agenda. Correct.
Appreciate your comments, Supervisor. Supervisor Pyska?
Yes. So this, the new cannabis industry has given us a lot of extra revenue that, we really need to invest to make sure that this is going to be a sustainable industry in our county. And focusing on the new department for cannabis, that has to be our highest priority so that we don't lose investors and we don't lose people that have chosen to invest in our county, and we can take care of them like any other investor and move this industry forward so that we can continue to reap the benefits from it.
Appreciate the comments. Any further comments on cannabis revenue? Supervisor Crandall?
Well, I think Supervisor Scott had her.
Supervisor Scott?
Just that I definitely agree with moving in this direction. We have seen what cannabis can do for our community and how we can clean up our community by having these ordinances in place to be able to try to get people out of the black market and doing the right thing. So I think along with streamlining the permitting of cannabis, if we can get that done, it'll also streamline the permitting of other things that we have here in the community with housing. So just everything that we can do to streamline will help everybody involved in the county moving forward.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, I just wanted to, state that, because of the cannabis industry, it's been, the Community Development Department has been, in essence, tasked with a lot of the work. And so providing an extra department or another conglomerate department to help give them more attention to business as usual projects and whatnot is important. when you think of our county, and another thing that a lot of discussion was in these meetings was about our property tax and people living in communities with schools and things like that. We need our code enforcement to actually have the capability to, go out and conduct these red tags and these abatement, all of these nuisance abatements and whatnot. And so it's very difficult right now because they're so overwhelmed. And so I'm glad to see that we're looking at putting everything, putting an emphasis on ensuring we free up a lot of energy towards getting people on the right task and getting more tasks into other people's hands, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely. Thank you, Supervisor. I think that we need to be wary of our taxes collected thus far from cannabis. I think it was Mr. Sullivan who told us that, I'm going to make up a number, but I think it was 80 or 85% of all of our revenue was through early activations and not use permits. And so does that mean that folks may wander to other areas where it is becoming more competitive in order to do business for cannabis? I know Mendocino opened up and reduced the land size. I believe now it's 1 acre for 10 acres, that you can grow 1 acre if you have a 10-acre piece of land. And so that the competition for trying to grab a hold of the industry and bringing it to counties is definitely fierce. Also, we need to really look at it as a short-term potential gain, especially now with the Democratic Party having the House, the Senate, and the administration in DC. Where already, I believe it was a year ago, that the House, who was already controlled by the Democratic Party, had submitted a legalization of cannabis for federal. And I believe it's not that it would legalize it entirely. It would basically say, we're going to take it off Schedule 1. It's up to the states to go ahead and legalize. And if that happens, we are going to see a drop in the value of cannabis, which I'll personally say I would not mind seeing, for the fact that it would take it out of the illegal market almost entirely if that was the case. But we're asking for $1 a square foot, and there's no other industry in agriculture that is being requested to pay such a fee, and it might be difficult for us to continue to collect what we are seeing this year in future years. I believe the only comparison I have is in Napa County, and this has to go through legislation at the state of California level. They passed legislation for vineyards to pay $15 an acre. So versus $1 a square foot, it's a vast difference in what we're able to do. And I think that at this moment in time, it's feasible, but in the near future, it may not be. And so I think that the way that money is spent needs to be very carefully spent on things that we need today. And one-time money is the way that I would like to look at it, not continuous. But the revenue is there, and I think we should enjoy it while it lasts and try to support the industry and try to make it an industry that stays within the county, because we are seeing some huge benefits at this moment in time. And we need to work on the negative circumstances that have popped up here and there from people who are not choosing to follow our rules to a T. And I think that we're working towards that. So those are my comments on item number 3. Any further comments before I open it up for the public? Okay, Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room, please. Anybody wish to make a public comment on topic number 3, overview of cannabis revenue?
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. Moving on to item number 4, or topic number 4, streamlining permitting, benefits of adopting a unified development ordinance. Any comments or questions from the board on this?
I would just follow up from the Economic Development Task Force conversation that started back in February of last year. We were talking about, how do we get to yes? What is the opportunity to develop, a streamlining process in community development? I know that we have the leadership in that area, and this is a conversation that came out from the leadership that's been attending. I know Takara Thomas was one of the individuals who had brought up this concept. Obviously it's great to have folks from other areas come in and saying, look, this is, another opportunity. So I just think that we've all had the phone calls or the opportunities to talk with individuals going through the process that it's just something we need to look at. And so, we believe this is one of those main topics for our, first quarter presentation here is the Economic Development Task Force.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Simon. Any further comments or questions? Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, community development plays such an important role in our government and bringing revenue into our county. And they've been asked to do so many things, and it's difficult to stay focused. And so having some guidance like this to allow them to be focused on what it is that we're always going to be asking them to adjust to, get the permits processed that need to be processed, and invest in updating the general plan. But my question about that is, do we need to first look at the area plans? And just generally any support that we can give community development so that they can really get back into the work of developing the communities.
See Takara on, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Takara, would you like to respond to that on how that fits the area plans and the general plans with the idea of updating it?
Sure, it'd be my pleasure. I would say the general plan needs to be updated first, as the general plan is like a hierarchy. It's the top, and then the area plans go underneath them. So you will want to update your general plan, then your zoning ordinance, then the resulting area plans.
Okay, appreciate it, Ms. Thomas. And I do know that if we do an update to our general plan, there's certain things that do not exist within our general plan that will need to be added. For instance, the climate action plan needs to be added to that, which would take definitely a larger scope of what needs to happen to the general plan versus maybe what was just discussed right here. But definitely, it's always good to make sure our general plan is as up to date as possible. It helps with businesses, it helps with development, it just helps to have a smart growth idea written down for everyone to know where we're going.
And that is correct, Chair Sabatier. Just one thing I would like to add at that is that we're discussing updating it in mass all at once. We have updated certain elements over time. The most recent one was the housing element. But, you just want to do it all at once, all at one go to make sure everything's consistent.
Right. And I believe the last update was in 2015. Is that correct? Oh, you're muted. You're probably saying, no, you're wrong.
Sorry. I pressed muted and it wouldn't let me unmute. As far as a comprehensive update where you updated everything all together, I am not sure on that date. I can find out for you. I do know there has been a number of individual updates to the elements over the years.
Right.
Was it 2009?
I'm like 70% sure it was around that time frame, but I can find out and make 100% sure.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I know that general plans have a certain timeline or lifeline or life expectancy, but we've faced so many changes in our county that, given all the disasters and now that we're facing climate change, that I'm super glad to see that this is a priority. It needs to happen given all of our new circumstances.
I do have a question about that. Again, going back to the idea of the strategic economic development plan, is that, I'm stuck on like a chicken and egg theory. Do we do a general plan first and then do a strategic economic development plan, or do we do the strategic element plan and then look at how the general plan can fit within that strategic economic development plan? And I'm asking Ms. Thomas or anyone else. I'm unsure as to what the actual answer would be for the best path to take.
I'll take a stab at it. I would, if you're asking me for a recommendation, I would recommend go with the general plan first and try to do your strategic economic plan at the same time. Your strategic economic plan is kind of like your actual task, like almost like an action plan. And your general plan is kind of like your aspirations. Like, this is what we want our community to look like over the next 20, 30 years or so. So seeing as the general plan hasn't been updated in a while, as Supervisor Pyska pointed out, and that we are essentially looking for guidance on these economic development tasks, I would recommend kind of doing them at the same time.
Okay.
Which is a little out of order, but, you know.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Grant.
The general plan was last fully updated, full-blown update was 2008. Normally they're revamped, certainly every 20 years, often between 10 and 20 years. So now would probably be a ripe time. I do think that Ms. Thomas is correct with regard to the general plan and the strategic plan. Since those two plans have to dovetail, you'd have to find some way to do them, preparing them so that the efforts would be compatible. And the only way I think would probably be to do them together. Otherwise, you'd have to go back and redraft one, as would invariably happen when you make changes.
Appreciate your comment, Ms. Grant. And I believe from my experience that the city of Clear Lake did both at the same time as well. When they were updating their general plan is when we came up with our strategic plan as well. Appreciate the conversation. And as far as streamlining, I just want to provide a comparison. I know that I was having a conversation with some folks from Calaveras County, also dealing with cannabis. And in less than 6 months from starting to end, they were able to obtain their use permit to go ahead and move forward. And so I think we should aspire to reach those points and try what we can to make sure that things are in place to make that possible. The longer we take, the harder it is going to be to keep people, especially when it's so competitive out there and everybody's trying to grab a piece of this pie. Any further comments on item number 4?
Well, I just wanted to follow up with the general plan. That's really your opportunity to do an analysis of the assets that we have, which is, fundamental before you can develop a strategy.
Right. And there's an EIR that typically goes along with a revamp of the general plan. Would we be able to implement a specific EIR related to a specific activity when redoing our general plan, such as cannabis?
I don't think I'm following you. Can you give me a bit more information on what you think?
Sorry to come from left field here, but I know there's been some conversations about looking at doing a larger area EIR where it would make things a little easier and more streamlined for our cannabis applicants to be able to go through the process. Is it possible to implement that within a general plan EIR as we're going through an EIR process already, or does that have to be a separate thing?
That's a very good question. And, the devil's always in the details, right?
Right.
I would say we could at least try it and see if that could go through. We would probably have to make sure that there's something within the actual general plan that specifically relates to that activity, and then you can make the EIR address within the general plan. So those are my initial knee-jerk reactions to that.
It's just a thought that popped in my mind. If we can be efficient in doing all these updates when there is more than just a general plan that we're looking to get done, that maybe we can start looking at putting them all together in one, especially since most likely we're going to be contracting with someone to go through the EIR process anyways. And any
Mr.
further
Chair?
comments? Yes, Ms. Graham.
Yes, there are ways that you can do what you suggest.
Awesome.
Okay.
Never take no for an answer. Any further comments from the board before we open it up for the public on item number 4? Okay, Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room for any public comments for streamlining permitting and benefits of adopting a unified development ordinance.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, let's go ahead and close the room and bring it back to the board. Any further comments before we go ahead and pass it over to Ms. Hutchinson for her last statements? Okay, I will say that one of my goals overall, I just went through this, and I might have brought it up to you guys in our last meetings. I don't remember specifically saying it, but when I was going over the water district, the Golden State Water District, I went through their annual report, and it read like an investor's report to get people to invest in their company. And I hope that we can come up with something similar where we can just pick up a report and hand it out to property owners and hand it out to new coming developers and say, here are your opportunities. Here's how our market is doing as far as properties. Here's how we've increased our tax revenue, and these things are happening. We need to sell ourselves to the best of our capabilities. And if we can collect all kinds of information that provides that level of information to developers and investors, I think that we can really, there's so many opportunities here, and I'm looking for that kind of context in the long run to be available to anyone. It'd be great even if it was available now with our sales tax auctions or our property tax auctions that we're having, to let people know why you want to purchase one of these properties, because here's what's happening in this county. And I think that we've talked about it a lot. Supervisor Simon mentions it. We have to tell our own story. And I think to investors, we have to tell them what our vision of our future story is going to look like as well. And I think we have the opportunity to do so. So if there's no further comments, I will pass it on to Ms. Hutchinson.
Okay, seeing none. So I just wanted to kind of wrap up the discussion by talking about some of the topics we envision coming up in the next month or two, and to also seek the input of the board members that don't serve on the task force for any topics you would like us to take on. So the next topic, well, besides the continued oversight of the topics we've discussed today to make sure they're moving along, the next big topic we're taking on, it's actually at tomorrow's meeting, is going to be paper subdivisions. And I'm talking about these topics like they're small and concise. The truth is these are enormous topics, and it'll probably require a lot of discussion and planning, but paper subdivisions tomorrow. And then the next topic that's on our radar that we feel needs to be undertaken is the universe of housing and housing needs. And there are many in our rural county, and a strong linkage to economic development, because if someone wants to relocate here, it's difficult to find housing. If you're going to come here for a job or to start a new business, good luck finding housing, given all of the housing loss and many other complicating factors. So those are our next two big subjects, and we're very receptive to any others you might like to suggest at this point.
Any comments, Supervisor Pascal?
Yeah, so housing is certainly a big issue that needs to be looked at. How we can get more housing built, how we can help people afford to build their own housing, and how we can really entice investors to come in here and develop. One of the things that I've been looking for over the years is the data on the loss of the housing stock and where we are in the recovery of that. 5.5 years later from the Valley Fire, but we've had other fires, and I'd like it to see it broken down by different communities where those houses were lost, how much has been rebuilt, and what we're looking at, how much we're losing annually in revenue by not having houses on that roll. And that way we can really set some benchmarks on how we want to grow and goals that we can make to get there. So if we have an accurate view of how much revenue we're not getting from those houses, I really feel like we need to come face to face with that and how that's impacting our annual budgets. And then as we set benchmarks and try to close that gap, we also have to realize that the new houses that are going to be built and developed are going to be a much higher, have a higher tax base. So, we can look at potentially growing revenue, looking at more modern bases with new rebuilds. So I'd like to see that be a priority going forward.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Scott?
Along with housing, I think we also need to look at our infrastructure and the moratoriums that we have in place here in the county, and what can we do to overcome that? Because I know there's many lots that are unbuildable because there's a moratorium. And this is just perfect timing because Lake County is still affordable to be able to come here and build a house. And people are seeing that. Even Mendocino County, we are much more affordable than they are. So this is, definitely perfect timing to be looking at all these issues with housing.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments on the priorities for the second quarter for the task force? And Supervisor Crandall, you I believe were cut off. If you need to make a comment from the previous conversation, please do so.
Yes, because I've been, a lot of the things we keep saying is attracting people to come here, attracting people to invest in us, things like that. That's why it's imperative for us to concentrate on things like electronic payments and streamlining permits and all these other things, because that's I feel the base that's allowing people to not stay here. If our code enforcement isn't doing their job or isn't capable of doing their job, because they are doing what they can with what they can, then we're not going to keep people here. So, and we're not accumulating or accruing funding that is commonly convenient because other counties have systems in place to electronic payments and whatnot. It just becomes, a place where people just I'm not going to go there. And so I know that it may not be considered economic development, but it's important to our economy. So I just wanted to end with that.
Thank you. And I know that the paper parcels is definitely, I don't want to say a passion of mine because I hate them, but they're an issue because that's where a lot of illegal dumping is happening. That's where a lot of illegal grows is happening. That's where a lot of squatting is happening. It's an environmental impact, and it's an issue for people who want to come into our community and looking where do they want to invest. If they see what's happening on those properties, this does not look like a place to invest their hard-earned money. We need to make sure and try to clean up those areas rather than keep them locked. And just to remind people, those were created in 1920, the majority of them. So that's a 100-year-old problem that we need to solve today. And granted, as Ms. Hutchinson mentioned, it's definitely a large elephant to take a bite out of. But we need to start moving on it rather than holding it for another 100 years for someone else to deal with. And if we know it's a problem, we got to start taking care of it. Supervisor Pascal.
I would just add that it is a massive problem that's been kicked down the road far enough. But it's a huge opportunity for us too. If we can just deal with it, just sink our teeth into it, make it a priority, move forward. And I think that we're going to find a whole lot of opportunities there. So I'm really grateful that that you're working on this, Bruno, and anything that we can do to support moving forward and tackling that issue.
Thank you. And I want to say I appreciate Supervisor Crandall being on the first quarter of the Economic Development Task Force. As I came into the position of chair, I apologize to Supervisor Crandall, but I really, really wanted to be a part of the conversation and at the table. And I look forward to working with Supervisor Simon and Ms. Hutchinson and the team to bring back some positive notes for our Q2 report later on in June or in April or May, whenever it is that we come back. Any further comments or questions before we go ahead and close down this item?
I just want to make sure that we get what we had today. You know, obviously, me and Supervisor Crandall presented, these 5 topics with 3 of them moving forward. Just want to make sure we have confirmation that, what we presented to staff is the direction we're going to move. So obviously, I'm in favor because that's why we brought it. But we'd just like to hear get that confirmation from the rest of our board members.
Most definitely. Yes.
I think you have more than a consensus.
Thank you, board. And several of our task force members have been listening in the call, so certainly big thanks to them as well.
Right. And as we continue, we'll make sure to keep sight and track of those actions taking place and moving forward rather than just throwing them out in the wind and waiting for, we'll be proactive in making sure that those items continue to move forward. Okay, let's go ahead and see if we can squeeze in. I'd like to get this done if possible by 1 o'clock so we can take either a lunch break or get this finished. So let's see where we go. Item 7.5, reconsideration of temporary closure of the Board of Supervisor chambers for in-person meetings. Ms. Hutchinson.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I put this on the agenda at your direction. As you know, a few weeks ago when the board authorized the temporary closure of the chambers due to the rising number of cases and the positive rate in Lake County, you asked that those of us that participate in the agenda review process for each next agenda continue to monitor this and place an agenda item on the agenda when it is time to consider possible reopening. And so we talked about that during our last agenda review in preparation for today's meeting, and it was agreed that we would just go ahead and put this on the agenda as a standing item so your board can consider it as conditions progress and make a decision anytime.
Thank you very much. Any comments on this item from the board or questions?
No, I guess the only comment is thank you for bringing it back to the board. But, my thoughts are that we continue on the path with the closure. So,
okay. Thank you for your comments.
I think last week we just had our staff say that they want fewer interactions with the public right now. And this is how we can support them, have fewer touches on the building.
And any further comments, Supervisor Scott?
Just that I agree, and hopefully, looking at our numbers, they're starting to go down. So hopefully, we'll be able to bring this back and open the chambers if we can get a control over this virus in our community.
Supervisor Pyska?
And for anybody that missed the press release, the libraries are offering opportunities to take Chromebooks out. You can go to the Lakeport Library or the Redbud Library. They're opening early at 9 a.m. and there's Chromebooks available. So you can take a Chromebook out to your car and you can participate that way. So really thankful to Christopher Veach at the library for making that making our meetings even more accessible than they are now. So I hope that that's an opportunity that people can take advantage of and participate the way that they want to.
Thank you. Any other comments? So I will say that even today, I've had the similar experience. Our job here is to meet in order to discuss the work for the people that we represent. Last week, I got cut out of our meeting at least 5 times where Supervisor Crandall had to take over. I was cut out again earlier this morning until staff put me on a webcam on the actual network. I'm very concerned that that is not in the spirit of the law of the Brown Act, even with its revision by Governor Newsom, that we need to be accessible. I did not see a single part of the presentation by our epidemiologist. It did not show up. It showed that she was trying to share her screen, but I did not see anything. We all had trouble hearing Ms. Martinez today during her report. And I just feel that while we're trying and doing a great job of putting in the effort to make this work, I do not believe that it actually fulfills our duty of ensuring that this is a public meeting where everyone has the ability to take part in our meeting. I don't feel comfortable, and obviously it's up to the board, and I will continue to move forward whichever direction we go, but I don't feel comfortable that we are allowing everyone to take part in our meeting. I think some people are being alienated by this. And granted, you could have a Chromebook, but when you're on a public Wi-Fi, you may miss some of the most important parts of the meeting versus if you were in a public meeting here in our chambers, where again, we never really had more than 5, maybe 7 people at once. And all of our chairs are perfectly socially distanced, that we are offering a danger to our community with what is there. And I would like to offer again that we double our social distancing space inside our chamber so that it's 12 feet, because we've never filled up enough chairs that even if we do a 12-foot social distancing, that it would lock people out. And that's my opinion. And obviously I will go with the direction of the entire board, but wanted to make sure that that was expressed. Supervisor Scott?
So I have a question if Sam could answer. I know he set up a camera and microphone and outside. Has anybody used that?
So throughout the meeting, he's been texting me that there is no one out there at this moment in time. Maybe it's not known that it's there, but it's also freezing cold. And so it's not exactly conducive to bringing in a large amount of people either. And I actually worry about that more, where we would be providing something where there is no organization of keeping people socially distanced and whatnot versus the seating arrangement that is offered within our board chambers.
And I would have to disagree with your comment about people not having access. I think we've done a great job of making sure that people have access. And we've seen too, we have much more participation in our board meetings since we've been able to be on Zoom and have people have the opportunity to be here. I was really excited to hear that Christopher Beach is allowing those Chromebooks to go to the car, thus another opportunity to participate in our meeting. So I think that staff and the county is doing a great job making sure that people have access.
Yeah, I just want to comment on your difference of opinion I have with the Brown Act comment. And since you did say that, I would like to hear from Anita, because we had our chair of the board saying it doesn't feel like we're meeting the Brown Act requirements. So I would just, Anita, I hate to put you on the spot, but I would like to hear a response to that.
Okay.
I apologize.
No, that's okay. That's all right. I think that circumstances are somewhat different than the first time the board closed the chambers, when the entire courthouse was generally closed to the public. I think that at least now temporarily there's another push to some degree to reduce, to the extent possible, public interaction. I think that all of these things have to kind of follow in line in terms of safety, along with, masking and distancing, even among employees. I think that the issue of access is important, so that one of the things that could be done is to publicize better the fact that people have telephone access. Most people do have a telephone. I think that there needs to be some kind of a review, and I'm not saying you have to shut everything down now, but there needs to be continual review to make sure that everyone with disabilities, whether they're economic, physical, or mental, have an equal right to access to everything your board is doing. And so with regard to that, that's an ongoing process for you, and I would encourage you to continue to do that. I'd also encourage you to continue this item as frequently as possible to ensure that you have the factual justification to continue to close the chambers. I can tell you that just as a rough guesstimate of counties through my association, it's probably about 50-50, and quite frankly, those numbers flip, where one who's not been open opens and another one decides to close. So I don't think you're doing anything illegal, but I do think that access and making sure that access is not just to those people who have computers and are well equipped to use them, but to everyone should always be maintained. I don't think the county's done a poor job of that. It's just something that demands constant vigilance in order to ensure that all the public has access to what your board does.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and I think I put her on the spot, not you, Supervisor Simon, with my comments. Okay, unless there's a change of mind, I think there was a consensus to keep going as is and to review this again at our next meeting. Supervisor Crandall?
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to item 7.6, consideration of the following advisory board appointments, Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee and the East Region Town Hall. Any comments from the board on any of these applicants?
Mr. Chair, may I do a share screen to show you the vacancies you have?
Please.
Okay. So starting with the Eastern Region Town Hall, you have one applicant, Pamela Kaczynski, and you have 3 vacancies. And then for the Fish and Wildlife group, you have 4 applicants and more vacancies than I can count with one glance, a lot of vacancies, if that's helpful to you. Now, each one would need to fit in the various slots, and I'm not also looking at their applications, but hopefully they all fit into one slot or the other and can be properly slotted.
And I don't believe I saw any overlap for the same positions in the applications that we've received thus far.
Thank you.
Any comments from the board? Okay, let's go ahead and open it up to the public for any comments on this item for appointments to Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee and East Region Town Hall. Jake, if we can please open the Zoom room.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, let's go ahead and close down public comment, bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I did have a question. Can I do one motion for all Fish and Wildlife applicants?
Yeah.
All right, okay, I will. Mr. Chair, I move to appoint Bobby Dutcher, Randall Williams, Roland Ledoux, and Richard Hincliffe to the Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if we can please have a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and move to appoint Pamela Kaczynski to the member of the East Region Town Hall.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Johanna, please, roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johanna. And let's do our last item. Go back to 7.1, Supervisor's Weekly Calendar, Travel and Reports. Supervisor Simon, let's start with you.
Board meeting today, just finishing up with that. Tomorrow I have a couple of meetings on there. Carol, what time does the Economic Development Task Force meeting start tomorrow? I had it on here, but
At 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Okay, and then I have.
Send you the Zoom link. Let me know, and I'll forward.
Yeah. If you could forward that to me, I'd greatly appreciate it. And then also attempt to get on the search planning meeting tomorrow. At least the phone call that's been happening that I've been attending, and then it looks like we have a special department head meeting set for tomorrow afternoon also that I'll be attending.
We do at 3 p.m.
Excellent. On Thursday morning, the EOC call. I apologize. Wrong Thursday. Yeah, and then later on that afternoon, on Thursday afternoon, there's a EMCC IFT meeting that I'll probably be getting on that one. On Thursday or Friday the 29th, we'll be down here in my district, returning phone calls and working on some issues. I do have met with some individuals recently about some cannabis situations going on down here that the season is about to start, so calls will start be coming in. On the 29th, on the 30th, 31st, won't have anything on the calendar, but on February 1st, a meeting in the morning with Carol, our weekly meeting. And then in the afternoon, it looks like there is a public meeting for the Lake County Healthcare Administrative Plan and public meeting I'll probably be attending in the morning, as long as they don't overlap. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Scott?
Tonight I have a CTA Zoom at 6 o'clock. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., it will be the last pit survey strategy meeting because the pit count is on Thursday. On the 27th at 1 o'clock, I have a Lakeport Act meeting, first 5 commission meeting at 2, and then Department Head Valve Committee meeting at 4:30, and then suicide awareness training at 5 p.m. On Thursday, I will be spending the majority of the day doing pit counts. I've been put in charge of making sure all our shelters, the people living there, are counted. There is a Hope Rising meeting at 9 a.m. I don't know if Jessica is going to be able to join in on that for me, because I know you're also helping with the pit count. So we'll figure that out. I'll contact you. We'll figure that out. And then on Friday, I have some interviews to go over, and then a Zoom meeting to go over maybe a proclamation that we'll be bringing to the board at 3:30 on the 1st. I have a SafeRx meeting at 10, an overlapping meeting with the county behavioral health at 10, a youth program meeting at 1, and then a call at 2:30 to talk to some investors from out of county, and then back here on Tuesday.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Pyska?
Okay. CTA meeting tonight via Zoom. I'll be on that with Supervisor Scott. Tomorrow, I was just reading your email, Bruno. Are we meeting at 11?
I don't know the length of the EDTF meeting, and I would say possibly not.
Okay. So I do have some time before that, anytime in the morning before, so we can work on that. At noon, I have an orientation with Rob Howe. At 2, I have orientation with Maria Valdez. I have the Cavern Radio check-in at 6:30. On Thursday, the EOC call in the morning, then the Hope Rising Governing Board. I do have that on my schedule. Then at noon, I'll be volunteering with the pit count until 4. On Friday, I have the committee meeting, the TTC committee meeting. That's at 9. 1 o'clock, I have a supervisor orientation with Pam Samek, and then a reopening committee for Middletown Unified School District. And Monday, I'm not sure what this is, LCHC administrative plan for the public, but that is the time that I'm supposed to be having my weekly meeting with Carol, so I'll have to figure that out, and that's what I've got for the week. I do want to say that we had the Risk Reduction Authority meeting yesterday. It was a 2-hour meeting. We covered a lot, a whole lot of things, but the most important thing that we decided on was to have a retreat scheduled sometime in February where we can really focus on the strategy for the year, identify the priorities, and build some capacity into that committee so that we can have some staff that really focuses the priorities of the group, but also works towards implementation. So I think that this is really going to move the risk reduction into the way that we've all been wanting it to go. And I'm looking forward to that retreat that we're going to have in February. So hope, that should be appearing on our schedule soon.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, so today I think we have agenda review after or something of that nature. That's what I have listed. Tomorrow, I have the Economic Development Task Force, but that'll be you from here forward, Supervisor Sabatier. I'll be meeting with, I have Sam at the courthouse for profiles or something of that nature. A department head evaluation committee meeting at 4. Thursday, Lake County.
You have that at 4:30?
Yeah, that's what it says on my the invite. So has that changed?
I have it for 4:30. Supervisor Scott, do you have that one for 4:30?
Yes, 4:30.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so then Thursday, I have the Lake County Solid Waste Task Force meeting. Friday is the Potter Valley Project Ad Hoc Committee meeting. Apparently that's taking place, the Huffman Group's Ad Hoc Committee. About Lake Pillsbury, of course, one of our concerns here in Lake County. Monday, we have the Middle Creek Restoration Project, and I have a meeting with Carol following that later on that afternoon. And then back here next Tuesday for the Board of Supervisors meeting. We, Supervisor Paiska and myself attended the Area Agency on Aging Committee. It was a pretty perfunctory meeting. We just went over like appointing people, talked about basic reports, but one of the biggest subjects we talked about was the accessibility to the senior community and their difficulty in getting access to websites, Zooms, things of that nature, and how we need to take a more conservative effect in trying to get the message out to them, like by even having the old phone trees that they used to have back in the days or something of that nature. So I know I'll be looking at ways to strategize in helping the senior community get more access to some of these meetings and whatnot. I know one of the benefits of these meetings, aside from Zoom, is the fact that we are on PEG TV and whatnot and YouTube. So some folks can actually get that for them. But that was just a really, really big problem that I wanted to just mention because I know it's brought up quite frequently. So that's all I have.
All right, thank you very much, Supervisor. Looking back at some of the meetings that I've had over the course of the past week, wasn't too much action taken over in LAFCO. We did rescind a decision to approve a municipal service review for the Canocti Water District and trying to review those lines between the 3.5 water districts that are in the city of Clear Lake. As there's some overlap within the districts. And so hopefully we'll be able to rectify that overlap and really recognize who represents and who is providing water in all of the areas throughout the city of Clear Lake. And so we'll come back with an updated municipal review, hopefully soon. AVA seems to be rolling along just fine. It seems that we're back up to our normal amount that we were receiving in the past of about $20,000 per quarter. All that money is being utilized to help tow all the vehicles throughout the county, including the 2 jurisdictional cities. And I believe that we are working on updating our towing contract as well in the near future for the county. So be aware that that will be coming as well. Then today, finishing off with an agenda review, meeting up with Sam for my mugshot as well, or profiles or whatever it is. And then tomorrow, I'm going to start off the morning early. Not really early, but starting early with the EDC just to kind of check in with them and see what their conversation is leading to. Then into the Economic Development Task Force. Depending on when that leaves, I am working on a project with Supervisor Paiska for a workshop that will be coming up soon. We'll go ahead and provide some details in the near future. We'll take part in a portion of the department head meeting happening later that afternoon. And then I will be joining the Lake County Fire Protection District board meeting to keep track of everything that's going on in their jurisdiction and in their abilities to work on. Starting our Thursday, are we canceling the EOCs as of this Thursday, or is that our last one?
This Thursday is the last one.
Okay, that's what I thought. So I will be taking part in that last EOC call to get an update on COVID-19. And then we'll be joining Director Ewing for a Lake County Solid Waste Task Force with some much needed conversations about topics for updating things and whatnot. And we'll get back to the board with what's going on. We'll be meeting with both the City of Clear Lake and Executive Officer John Benoit from LAFCO about water districts in the City of Clear Lake. I will be on a CSAC call later that evening to discuss again the updates of COVID from the state level. And later on that evening, Supervisor Crandall, not sure if you have this on your radar or not, but I received an email, and I apologize if I didn't forward it to you, about National Monument Trail Workshop. It's things that we have been discussing to make sure that the national monument that we have right here in our county is advertised and has the destinations that we're all looking to have for people to enjoy. And I've been trying to work on a trail, at least from the back end of the City of Clear Lake. And I'm sure that for Supervisor Crandall, it would be around the Lucerne area, but trying to get more access points to that monument if we can. Later on Friday, I believe this one is set in stone. Ms. Hutchinson, the tax collector treasurer committee will be meeting.
Yes, at 9 o'clock.
Okay, I'm going to be meeting with one of our directors later on in the afternoon. And then coming back in on a Monday, and as Supervisor Crandall mentioned, doing the Middle Creek Restoration Committee. I have another meeting for some reason that popped up on that. I think it's the Lake County
COVID recovery.
Behavioral health. Yeah, I think it's behavioral health, and so I'm not going to be able to join that one, but I'll be at the Middle Creek Restoration, preparing for our meeting on Tuesday the 2nd, meeting with our CAO, and finishing up our day with a CSAC phone call update on COVID-19. And that is my report. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that we've done our entire agenda other than our closed session. And if that is correct, just polling Ms. Hutchinson and Ms. Grant, what do you believe is our timeline for a closed session? Do we take a lunch or do we power through?
It's about a 15 minutes total.
Okay, then I would suggest that we go ahead and power through this. Does the rest of the board agree?
Yes.
Okay.
So with that said, you'll introduce them in just a moment, but my instruction to our tech team is that the board will stay right here after the chair is done introducing the items. Then if you can make me the host, that would be great. Thank you.
Perfect. And so our first item, 8.1 in closed session, is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, City of Clear Lake versus County of Lake. 8.2, conference with legal counsel, decision whether to initiate litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case. And 8.3, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and E3, one potential case. And that is the end of our public meeting, and we will now go into closed session. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.